Chapter 2932. Strongest Soul Physique. Chapter 2932. Strongest Soul Physique. Many people did not understand why great Emperor East Sun would lose composure like this. Even when Qin's Hi plus Tian broke through to 10 rots earlier, they did not see him so shocked either. What did this smoking represent? But West Dawn and Wood Release, two great emperors, seemed to have realized something. Their expressions immediately became fascinating. You're saying that's the enshrouding mist soul physique? This is impossible, right? West Dawn said. Great Emperor East Sun drew a deep breath and said, otherwise, how do you explain why the Tao fires are still descending? There's no mistake. It's definitely the enshrouding mist soul physique. Not far away, Qin's Hi plus Tian's pupils constricted, and he exploded at once, exclaiming, what could Master be talking about? Hegemon imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? East Sun nodded and said, otherwise, can there still be a second enshrouding mist soul physique? Hang on, didn't a second one appear now? With this, everyone was shocked, and the entire place burst out into an uproar. One of the three great hegemons, Hegemon imperishable? What Yi Yuan awakened is the same soul physique as him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan might very likely corroborate his Tao as a supreme in the future? Enshrouding mist soul physique. It's also called imperishable soul physique. The reason why Hegemon imperishable got his name is because his soul physique is too strong and can't be killed at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan is the same as him? This is impossible, right? How did it suddenly? Then wouldn't Qin's Hi plus Tian become a joke? Soul Race's three great hegemons, Hegemon imperishable, Hegemon samsara, as well as Hegemon heavenly soul. Hegemon Samsara and Hegemon Heavenly Soul were both chaos hegemons that the Chi Soul clan gave birth to. Meanwhile, Hegemon Imperishable was the strongest hegemon that the Nirvanic Soul clan gave birth to. This so-called strongest hegemon was not the strongest in the world, but he was the strongest across all the heavens. Hegemon Cloudmount's strength was extremely formidable, but he could not rank in the top 3 in the human race at all. But Hegemon Imperishable was one of the strongest 3 hegemons in the entire soul race. Now, Yi Yuan awakened the same soul physique as him. Everyone's shock could be imagined. This kind of soul physique was too strong. Could not be killed no matter how you tried to kill the person. This kind of soul physique could be rated as freakish. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, if you can't kill the opponent, how would you play? Although both enshrouding mist soul physique and 10 rots were hailed as being unkillable, the level was completely different. 10 rots could be killed. But up to this point, out of the hegemons in all the heavens, no one could kill Hegemon Imperishable yet. Qin's Hi plus Tian stared fixedly at that smoking soul refining furnace, his eyes full of unwillingness. How was this possible? 10 rots was not the final form of the soul body. Above 10 rots, with the meeting of karmic fate, the soul race would awaken all kinds of powerful soul physiques that had attribute. Such as Hegemon Heaven Subduer from 30,000 years ago, he awakened the powerful Tyrant Heaven Soul physique, also achieving his unmatched and awe-inspiring reputation. But, for countless years, there had been many soul physiques that the soul race awakened. But not one could surpass the enshrouding mist soul physique. And ever since Hegemon Imperishable, no one could awaken the enshrouding mist soul physique anymore. This soul physique was too hard to awaken. Therefore, up until now, the enshrouding mist soul physique was also publicly recognized as the most difficult soul physique to awaken in the soul race. Not one of. However, today Yi Yuan actually awakened it. The significance was extraordinary. After the shock, great Emperor Eastsun's face was full of an agitated expression. If a genius who awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique appeared in the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall, This was absolutely tremendous glory. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. What did a mere 10 rots count for, when compared to the enshrouding mist soul physique? Seeing great Emperor Eastsun's expression, Qin S. Hi plus Tian felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He naturally understood what great Emperor Eastsun was thinking. An object was valued in proportion to its rarity. If Yi Yuan was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique, that would be the Ning Lan Nirvana soul hall's pride. As for him, concerning his 10 rots soul body, he was no longer important. He could only scoot over to one side. But the important thing now was that, did Yi Yuan really awaken the enshrouding mist soul physique? Master, the enshrouding mist soul physique is the strongest in the world. Countless tens of thousands of years have already passed said. How can it possibly suddenly appear? In my view, even if Yi Yuan awakened a special soul physique, it's impossible for it to be the enshrouding mist soul physique too. Qin S. Hi plus Tian said. Great Emperor Eastsun was taken aback, but he reacted to it very quickly too. Yeah, how could the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? The 33 heavens had already existed for G.O.D. knows how many years. But for so many years, only one enshrouding mist soul physique appeared. The other soul physiques, no matter how long the interval, it had all appeared once before. Only this enshrouding mist soul physique did not. As for the Qi soul clan soul physiques, that was born from chaos. It was totally different from the Nirvanic soul clan. Great Emperor Eastsun's brows furrowed, and he said, but his current form is virtually identical with the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Qin S. Hi plus Tian smiled coldly and said, our soul race presently has thousands of soul physiques recorded. After so many years, there have been special soul physiques that appeared non-stop too. Perhaps, the soul physique that Yi Yuan awakened is just similar to the enshrouding mist soul physique? Or, even if his soul physique really has attributes like the enshrouding mist soul physique, it might be worlds apart compared to the enshrouding mist soul physique? How can Hegemon imperishable emerge so easily? The moment everyone heard, yeah. These countless years, God knows how many soul race Hegemon realm powerhouses had been born, and a large batch had fallen too. But the ones who stood firmly and indomitably at the summit of Hegemons were the 3 great Hegemons. The Nirvanic Soul Clan also wanted to give birth to another powerhouse that could rival the 3 great Hegemons. However, they did not. Qin S. Hi plus Tian's words splashed down their heads like a basin of cold water. Great Emperor Eastsun nodded and said, what S. Hi plus Tian said is right. However, carry on looking and we'll die. Amidst the discussions, the soul-refining furnaces trembling became fiercer and fierce. The mist also grew thicker and thicker. Finally 4 hours' time was up. Boom. A loud boom could be heard. The soul-refining furnace exploded with a loud bang, fragmenting into pieces. Dozens of Tao fire scattered everywhere. The thick mist teemed the entire SPAC. Everyone's expression changed wildly. The 3 great emperors' expressions turned intent, taking action at the same time, extinguished. Hi+ing these Tao fires. The mist started to slowly gather and actually transformed into Yi Yuan's figure in the end. Hiss! Everyone drew a breath of cold air. He really didn't die. Furthermore, this is virtually identical to the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Could it be that after Hegemon imperishable, a second enshrouding mist soul physique is really going to be born? Originally, I thought that Yi Yuan was just a stepping stone. Only now do I know that he's a Sky a ping pillar. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, cries of exclamations sounded out. No one could have thought that a simple test would develop into such an explosive situation in the end. First, it was Qin S. Hi plus Tian breaking through to 10 rots, and then it was Yi Yuan giving birth to the strongest soul physique. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Qin S. Hi plus Tian, and he could not help saying with some surprise, I didn't expect that you really broke through the 42 kinds of chaos Dao fires. Looks like your talent is indeed pretty good. Everyone's faces revealed extremely strange looks, looking toward Qin S. Hi plus Tian one after another. The latter's face already became a horse's face. Why did this sound so sarcastic? I'm called pretty good talent, then what are you called? Chapter 2933 Test. Chapter 2933 Test. Yi Yuan, your soul physique hasn't been confirmed as the enshrouding mist soul physique, and you're already this impatient to want to humiliate me? Be careful that you slap your own face. Qin S. Hi plus Tian felt a strong humiliation and immediately retorted. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was stunned and said, Enshrouding mist soul physique? You're saying that the soul physique I awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique? Qin S. Hi plus Tian smiled coldly and said, Not confirmed yet. It's just that looking at it on the surface, it's very alike. That's all. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the number 1 soul physique. How can it be what you can awaken? Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light and said with a smile that was not a smile, Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder your reaction is so big. It turns out that you turned angry from Embark. Sment. You! Qin S. Hi plus Tian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't comment if you saw through it. This guy was really detestable. By the side, Zhou Yu and He Chun felt like their frustrations were vented, secretly satisfied to the extreme. At this point, they could not bear the sight of Qin S. Hi plus Tian's face anymore as well. Since he came to the soul race, Yi Yuan had naturally heard Cloudmount and Mi Tian talk about this Nirvanic Soul Clan's number 1 soul physique before. It was just that he himself also did not expect that the soul physique he awakened now was actually suspected to be the enshrouding mist soul physique. Didn't that mean that this half-divided soul of his had hopes of reaching Hegemon Imperishable's level? No matter whether or not what Yi Yuan awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique, it's also much stronger than 10 rots. Hi plus Tian, how are you speaking to Lord Young Hegemon? Why haven't you apologized? Right at this time, Great Emperor East's son gave Qin S. Hi plus Tian a deadly blow. Qin S. Hi plus Tian's face was embarrassed, as said to the extreme. He did not expect that the one who put him on the spot was actually his own master. This face change was really faster than flipping a book. However, in Great Emperor East's view, his disciple's face was clearly not important. The important thing was the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's future. Originally, to the 3 great hall masters, a 10-rot soul body was absolutely a genius that made them value greatly. But now, with Yi Yuan, Qin S. Hi plus Tian had become nothing. Young Emperor, Young Hegemon. The difference of one word, but the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Young Hegemon, that was a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into Hegemon realm. The status was more than a level stronger than Young Emperor. Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people who were really satisfied to the extremely currently. Truly instant karma. Just a day ago, Qin S. Hi plus Tian swept their faces to the ground with the status of Young Emperor. But now Yi Yuan made Qin S. Hi plus Tian unable to raise his head with the ident. 1. Tai of Young Hegemon. Furthermore, Qin S. Hi plus Tian flaunted his prowess himself. But now it was Great Emperor East's son, his own master, who personally slapped his face. Yes. Qin S. Hi plus Tian affronted Lord Young Hegemon. Please pardon my crime. Qin S. Hi plus Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Qin S. Hi plus Tian, it seems like right when we entered the hall in trance A.S. Cessment, you have constantly been offending me. Why? Want to casually brush it off with a word? Qin S. Hi plus Tian's eyes turned black, Wisconsin Hi plus ing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Right from the beginning, he had been posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Originally, he thought that he could take Yi Yuan down in the first round. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually cleared the stage in 5 breaths? Originally thought that in the second round, it was already very impressive that he made it to the 7th segment. In the end, Yi Yuan cleared the stage again unhurriedly. Originally thought that in the 3rd round, he reached the heaven-defying 10 rots. He could finally posture, right? Who knew that Yi Yuan actually awakened a special soul physique? Furthermore, it was even suspected to be the number 1 soul physique, the enshrouding mist soul physique. From start to end, he was just a joke. What do you want? Qin S. Hi plus Tian's expression changed as he said. But Yi Yuan looked toward Great Emperor East Sun and said with a smile, Lord Hall Master, I wonder if there's any problem if I want to exterminate him now? Great Emperor East Sun hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Young Hegemon S. Hi plus Tian is this seat's disciple in the end. Can you let him off? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Hall Master, how about this? You all haven't confirmed yet whether or not I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique, right? I think that Qin S. Hi plus Tian is also unconvinced by me, this so-called young hegemon. Why don't I have a fair fight with him to determine life and death? How about it? East Sun smiled bitterly and said, Lord Young Hegemon has already awakened a special soul physique. Even if it isn't the enshrouding mist soul physique, Hi plus Tian isn't a match either. Yi Yuan said, Therefore, that's why I said a fair fight. Within 10 moves, he can go all out. I won't make any resistance. If he can kill me, that will show that I, this so-called imperishable soul physique, am naturally unworthy of the title. After 10 moves, if he can't kill me, then I'll make a move. How about it? This. Okay. I agree. When East Sun was still hesitating, Qin S. Hi plus Tian himself agreed to it. Even until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. This was considered to have been decided on it. Great Emperor East Sun could not come forward to intervene too. Everyone moved aside, creating an open space. In the center of the field, there was just Yi Yuan and Qin S. Hi plus Tian. The confrontation between a 10-rots soul body and a suspected enshrouding mist soul physique also aroused everyone's great interest. This kind of showdown was hard to come across in a million years. If Yi Yuan isn't of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the 10-rots Qin S. Hi plus Tian might really have a possibility of killing him. I feel that Yi Yuan is too confident. How can the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? Heard that Qin S. Hi plus Tian mastered several killing moves in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Now that he has achieved 10 rots, even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse is standing there, he has the confidence to kill him too. However, if Yi Yuan is really of the imperishable soul physique, then it will really shake the entire soul race. With regards to Yi Yuan's soul physique, there was more skepticism, because the legendary imperishable soul physique was seriously too hard to give birth to. Since time immemorial, G.O.D. knew how many geniuses had attempted to awaken this imperishable soul physique and failed to succeed. Therefore, more still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Not moving for 10 moves was sufficient to let Qin S. Hi plus Tian kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally would not be foolish enough to seek death. In reality, He could feel that his soul physique was very extraordinary. Previously, when he transformed into mist, that sort of form was very miraculous. It was as if nothing could make him completely die. That sort of power rooted at the bottom of his heart. Qin Shi plus Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you just quietly pray that you're of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Otherwise, you'll definitely die beyond doubt within 10 moves. Yi Yuan said coolly, make your move, you really talk a lot of C.R.A.P. Qin Shi plus Tian's expression turned cold. Suddenly, his soul force erupted crazily. Under 10 rots, his soul force almost turned corporeal. Countless black stars surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, Star Soul Explosion. This is the killing move that Qin Shi plus Tian comprehended himself. It has boundless power. When he was at the Middle True Sovereign Heaven Realm, he had once used this move to surprise attack, killing a human half-step Emperor realm before. Now, he's already 10 rots. Yi Yuan isn't guarding against him, unless Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, he would definitely die without a doubt. Even if he had a special soul physique, it would not do either. Zhou Yu clearly understood Qin Shi plus Tian very well. So he did not expect that the moment Qin Shi plus Tian made his move, it was such a swift and fierce killing move. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he was already going all out. Bang, bang, bang. Countless star souls exploded in front of Yi Yuan, releasing incomparably terrifying soul force undulations. Yi Yuan's soul body was bombarded until it became extremely distorted. Chapter 29:34. The Powerful Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Chapter 29:34. The Powerful Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Explode, explode, explode. Qin Shi plus Tian's soul force poured out frenziedly, and one star soul explosion after another exploded next to Yi Yuan. But, apart from his body being a little distorted, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest signs of dissipating. Qin Shi plus Tian's heart was wildly shaking. Could it be that this guy was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique? 10 rots, our genius only has this bit of strength? If it's just this bit of strength, you aren't even qualified to make me turn into mist form. Amidst the soul star explosions came Yi Yuan's ridiculing voice. At this time, he felt the power of the soul body. Got to say, Qin Shi plus Tian's attack was already extremely strong. If an Emperor Realm powerhouse did not defend in the slightest, allowing Qin Shi plus Tian to cast his spell as he wished, he would also have to die with regrets at this time. But Yi Yuan did not even utilize soul force at all, and Qin Shi plus Tian could not breach his soul body too. This soul physique's toughness was terrifyingly strong. Finally, Qin Shi plus Tian suddenly rescinded his move. The first move, he lost. Yi Yuan's soul body recovered back to new. It was as if nothing had happened just now. With this, everyone was shocked. Even great Emperor East Sun felt the power of Yi Yuan's soul body too. This kind of toughness, even if it was 10 rots, it was impossible to achieve it too. I absolutely don't believe that you can awaken the imperishable soul physique. Qin Shi plus Tian virtually roared it out, the soul force on his body skyrocketing once more. The killing move that erupted this time was even stronger than Star Soul Explosion. It was just that sadly, he was still unable to hurt Yi Yuan. Qin Shi plus Tian had a lot of means. He unleashed 9 moves in a row, each move stronger than the last. It was just that sadly, Yi Yuan's soul physique was like a roly-poly. No matter how strong your means, you could not knock him down too. Enshrouding mist soul physique, the strongest form was to turn into mist. But Qin Hi plus Tian unleashed 9 moves in a row, and Yi Yuan did not even release his mist form at all. The Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses were shocked. So strong. Is this the imperishable soul physique? There's no weakness to exploit at all. Qin S. Hi plus Tian's 10 Rots soul body coupled with killing moves can virtually rival Emperor Realm powerhouses already. But it's actually unable to even make him use the enshrouding mist soul physique. Such a freakish soul body, who can kill him? It was not that Qin S. Hi plus Tian was not wrong, but that Qin S. Hi plus Tian was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong until it was shocking that it showed the enshrouding mist soul physique's power even more. At this time, they already pretty much believed that what Yi Yuan awakened was probably really the enshrouding mist soul physique. 9 moves failed, while Qin S. Hi plus Tian himself was dog-tired. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's still one move. If you still can't kill me, I'm going to make a move." Qin S. Hi plus Tian clenched his jaws hard and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you get COCKY? This 10th move, I'll definitely make you regret it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you too. If not for you, I also wouldn't have achieved mastery through comprehensive study of my previous killing moves, comprehending this sub-origin soul martial move." It was only to see a bright moon slowly rising in Qin S. Hi plus Tian's hand. The aura of Tao filled the entire SPAC. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was extremely shocked. Sub-origin soul martial. This is the embryonic form of an origin soul martial. How can this guy be so monstrous? Once he reaches Emperor Sakra Heaven, this move will be able to transform into an origin soul martial. As long as he's given time, he'll definitely be able to become hegemon. When human race powerhouses comprehended the power of origin, they would create divine abilities. Meanwhile, what soul race powerhouses comprehended was origin soul martials. Qin S. Hi plus Tian had not comprehended an origin yet. It was naturally impossible to comprehend an origin soul martial. But the sub-origin soul martial this time already touched the level of Tao. Comprehending origin in the future was just taking something out of his bag. Being able to reach this step at true sovereign heaven, Qin S. Hi plus Tian was absolutely a genius among geniuses already. Hence, that was why people would be so surprised. The hall entrance A.S. assessment this time was really where developments of many things kept reaching new heights, all kinds of surprises emerging in endless streams. Yi Yuan felt the extraordinariness of this move too and said with a smile, "This move is a little interesting." Qin S. Hi plus Tian smiled coldly and said, "A little interesting? Yi Yuan, I admit that your soul physique is very powerful. But the final victory will definitely be me. Moon akin to frost, annihilate for me." There was no earth-shaking soul force undulation. Under the moonlight, the frost was akin to silver, cascading down, covering Yi Yuan's soul body fully. This time, Yi Yuan's soul body finally had a change. His soul body actually started to disintegrate and dissipate. When everyone saw this scene, each one of them was extremely shocked. Qin S. Hi plus Tian actually really did it. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have been decomposed into billions of pixels, his soul body shattering into pieces. Sub-origin soul martial already came into contact with soul Tao origin, it had boundless power. But very soon, those fragmented pieces of soul body actually started to turn into mist. A cloud of mist began to emerge. The misty air did not dissipate but headed towards that bright moon. The frost was still raining down, but under the propulsion of the misty air, it did not have any leeway to resist at all. Boom! Suddenly, the bright moon dissipated. Qin S. Hi plus Tian gave fled groan, his soul body becoming much dimmer too. Following that, the mist condensed again, turning into Yi Yuan. Qin S. Hi plus Tian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He lost. Completely defeated. His moon akin to frost had already touched origin, but it was still unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. This move is decent, but it's also merely just decent. That's all. I don't know whether or not my soul physique is the enshrouding mist soul physique, but I think it's sufficient to deal with this move of yours. Then, following that, it's my turn to make a move. Yi Yuan looked straight at Qin S. Hi plus Tian and just did so, looking. How could Qin S. Hi plus Tian be willing to surrender without resistance? He was even waiting to make a move and fight back. But he suddenly discovered that he could not move anymore. His consciousness began to blur. His soul body began to dissipate. All around, each and every one of the Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan just looked at Qin S. Hi plus Tian like this and did not even see him make any movements at all. Just one look, Qin S. Hi plus Tian's 10 rots soul body began to dissipate. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. That was a 10 rots soul body. The legendary 10 rots actually could not even beat a single look? Arg! Qin S. Hi plus Tian let out a miserable scream, but his voice became weaker and weaker, turning into nothingness in the end. The entire Nirvana Soul Hall was quiet until the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lord Hall Master, tell me, is this soul physique of mine the enshrouding mist soul physique or not? Yi Yuan asked enshrouding mist soul physique, rather curiously. Actually, until now, he also did not dare to confirm whether or not it was the enshrouding mist soul physique. The latter was startled. Only then he returned to his senses and said with a bitter smile, This seat really doesn't know. Hegemon imperishable, that's a figure in the heavens. This seat has no way of knowing about the enshrouding mist soul physique's characteristics too. It's just that judging from the form, it's indeed exactly like in the legends. He drew a deep breath and said, This matter is by no means insignificant. Lord Young Hegemon should cultivate in the Nirvanic Soul Hall. This seat will immediately send the news back to the clan and request the powerhouses in the clan to confirm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Hall Master. Watching Yi Yuan leave, everyone's hearts were still incredibly shocked. No matter whether or not Yi Yuan was of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the strength of this soul physique was hair-raisingly strong. Chapter 29:35 Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 29:35 Digging Your Own Grave. In the Pa-S sageway light shone. Two figures slowly walked out of the Pa-S sageway. East Sun leads Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall and pays respect to Lord Cloud Neon. Paying respect to young Hegemon Feng Rue. East Sun led West Dawn and the rest to bow to the two people. The arrival was a woman who was peerlessly beautiful with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the youth behind her had an arrogant and unyielding look on his face. These great emperors in front of him seemed to be utterly worthless in his eyes. Cloud Neon nodded slightly and said, Brother East Sun has trained a lot. East Sun repeated that he did not dare. In the crowd, Yi Yuan sized Cloud Neon up with interest. He heard that this woman was hailed as one of the few people closest to Hegemon realm in the soul race. In the soul race, her status was extraordinary. She seemed to be a heavenly fairy amidst the group of powerhouses, unable to be touched. Arriving at Nirvana Soul Hall, the group of people sat down according to guest and host. Cloud Neon saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd with a glance and was rippleless like an ancient well as she said, Is the one that's suspected to be enshrouding Miss Soul Physique that you talked about him? East Sun said, Lord Cloud Neon's eyes are like torches. He's Yi Yuan. Master, don't need to look anymore. It must be a pseudo-imperishable soul physique too. These guys from the outside world like to kick up a big fuss when they see a special soul physique every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. They don't know that our imperishable soul domain will have a special soul physique appear every 80 or 100 years. God knows how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques such as this have already appeared. Do these country BU Mpkins really think that ancestor imperishable soul physique is what everyone can awaken? Feng Rue said with a disdainful look. The moment these words came out, everyone present was extremely shocked. Every 80 to 100 years, a special soul physique would emerge? This rate was also too high, right? Didn't that mean that in the imperishable soul domain, geniuses like Yi Yuan were everywhere? They discovered that Feng Rue's one sentence already subverted their worldview. When Feng Rue saw their expressions, he had a disdainful look as he said, "What do 80 to 100 years count for? In the recent 10 years, imperishable soul domain gave birth to 7 special soul physiques. There was even one that's second only to ancestor imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique." Everyone stared dumbfoundedly. Even great Emperor East Sun had a stunned look too. Were special soul physiques so worthless? In reality, these Nirvana Soul Hall's Hall Masters, knew extremely little about the imperishable soul domain's matters too. Without special circumstances, they did not have the qualifications to enter the imperishable soul domain. They were merely tools that the imperishable soul domain used to rule the world. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was short on talents, so they were marginalized even more. They knew absolutely nothing about the imperishable soul domain's matters. But Hegemon Heaven Subduer do you all really think that Hegemon Heaven Subduer could corroborate his Tao and become a Hegemon realm just by relying on his soul physique? If Hegemon realm was so easy, Master would have long stepped into Hegemon realm. Feng Rue said with a cold smile. Cloud Neon said coolly, Feng Rue isn't bluffing you guys. Special soul physiques are indeed nothing in the imperishable soul domain. Of course, soul physiques had weak ones and strong ones. Hegemon Heaven Subduer's Tyrant Heaven Soul Physique is indeed extremely strong, that's how it could help him step into Hegemon realm. But the weak ones aren't even as good as 10 rots. Cloud Neon did not say too much. Clearly, she felt that even if they knew these things, it was useless too. These words seemed to have opened another door for everyone. Only then did they know that it turned out soul physiques still had so many things involved. It was just that special soul physiques were extremely far away from them to begin with. As for Hegemon realm and whatnot, it was even further beyond reach. At this time, great Emperor East Sun let out a slight sigh in his heart. He no longer harbored any hopes that Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. They already said that this kind of pseudo-soul physique was plentiful. So that's how it is. East Sun has received the teachings. However, Yi Yuan killed a 10 rots powerhouse with just one look. His soul physique shouldn't be weak, right? East Sun said. Pfft. Feng Rue could not resist laughing and said, Does a mere 10 rots from your outside world count as some powerhouse too? Just a thought is enough for me to kill a 10 rots. Kid, display your soul physique and let Master take a look. As long as it isn't a trash soul physique, you can go with us. That attitude was just like coming to put on a monkey show. Yi Yuan's brows could not refrain from furrowing. When East Sun saw Yi Yuan frowning, he urged, Yi Yuan, hurry up and display your soul physique. What are you still in a daze for? Lord Cloud Neon has arrived. This is a rare opportunity. Yi Yuan still remained silent. When Feng Rue saw the situation, he smiled coldly and said, Put away that pitiful pride of yours. The more powerful the soul physique, the weaker the pseudo-soul physique tends to be. If there are no accidents, you should be of the Traz. HI plus est low-grade yellow rank soul physique. Gave you face and you still refused it. Don't blame me for not warning you. With how you are, if you go to the imperishable soul domain, apart from being beaten to death by people, there are no other paths to take. Yi Yuan still did not speak. He looked toward Great Emperor Cloud Neon. Great Emperor Cloud Neon said coolly, "Rumors often tend to be false. You'd best display it." At this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "I wonder what rank young hegemon Feng Rue's soul physique is?" Feng Rue snickered and said proudly, "I knew that you'd ask this. Listen up. Don't piss your pants in fear. Soul physiques are divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, 4 ranks. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle, and low, 3 grades. This young hegemon's snickering is of the middle grade heaven rank." The moment these words came out, the Nirvana Soul Hall instantly exploded. Only at this time did they know that the disparity between special soul physiques was actually so great. The division of soul physiques did not spread to the outside world. It was because to the outside world there was no need at all. This time, everyone in the Nirvana Soul Hall finally broadened their knowledge. However, what amazed them even more was that Feng Rue's grade was actually so high. "Sigh, we even thought that Yi Yuan was already the soul race's #1 genius. It turns out that it was us who were ignorant and ill-informed. Yeah, Yi Yuan is somewhat bringing disgrace on his own head. Imperishable soul domain's geniuses are indeed not what we can imagine." At this time, they no longer harbored any hopes about Yi Yuan. Previously, they thought that Yi Yuan's soul physique was one of a kind. Furthermore, he killed Qin S. Hi plus Tian with one move. It naturally had a possibility of being the imperishable soul physique. But looking at it now, it was virtually certain that it was the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Furthermore, it was even a trash soul physique. But Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent, and he said coolly, "Is that so? Since young hegemon Feng is so formidable, then there's no harm in verifying whether or not my soul physique is really trash. Didn't you want to play monkey? Then, come down and play together. When have I, Yi Yuan, been scared of anyone before? Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, so what?" Feng Rue's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Boy, although you're a trash soul physique, and it's nothing in the imperishable soul domain either. But awakening a soul physique in the outside world isn't an easy matter after all. Letting this young hegemon come and verify, you probably can't afford to bear the consequences." Yi Yuan was provoking His Majesty as young hegemon. Furthermore, he, Feng Rue, was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. A mere ant dared to provoke his dignity too. Yi Yuan just said coolly, "Relax. I can't afford to bear it. Young hegemon Feng, please make a move." Feng Rui gave a cold laugh and said, "Very well, since you're digging your own grave, then this young hegemon will send you off." Chapter 2936. Nothing more than this. Chapter 2936. Nothing more than this. This Yi Yuan is also too lacking in judgment. Barely managed to awaken a soul physique, even if it's a trash soul physique, it's better than nothing too. This guy actually went to provoke an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Furthermore, it's even a super genius among Emperor Realm powerhouses. Isn't this digging his own grave? When everyone saw that Yi Yuan was so stubborn, they shook their heads endlessly. They could not stand Feng Rue's haughtiness too. But, so what if they could not bear the sight of it? Feng Rue and Qin S. Hi plus Tian were on completely different levels. Feng Rue was a true heaven's chosen. Although it sounded unpleasant, what he said was right. This group of people was all Bu Mpkins. How can Feng Rue, this middle-grade heaven-rank soul physique, plus Emperor Realm strength, be what you, a measly little true sovereign heaven, can provoke? Master, since this ant-like thing is provoking me, there shouldn't be any problem with me beating him to death, right? Feng Rue cupped his fists and said. Cloud Neon still had the appearance of an ancient well without any ripples and said coolly, "No problem." Her words carried overweening arrogance and disdain. In her eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an unimportant ant. That was all. Trampling him to death was quite acceptable. With regards to this kind of despise, Yi Yuan had experienced G-Ro. D knows how many. He was naturally furious in his heart, but he would not show it on his face either. That would show a flaw. The only way to shut these people up was to be stronger than them. Feng Rui grinned, looking like he was itching for a fight as he floated down. Outside world's genius, you might not know the gap between the outside world and the imperishable soul domain. Today, this young hegemon will let you understand that you're merely mundane. Whatever rubbish pride of a genius, you aren't worthy of possessing such a thing. Feng Rui had a deprecating look as he said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "I'm very adept in making idiots like you shut up. Stop talking rubbish and bring it on." Feng Rui's pupils constricted, a divine soul attack already arriving. Yi Yuan could kill a 10 rots with one glance. He could naturally kill Yi Yuan with one look too. He wanted to let these ants understand that the outside world's so-called geniuses were nothing at all. Let them be filled with even more awe toward the imperishable soul domain. Bang! Yi Yuan gave a fled groan. His entire person seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, falling several steps back in a row. Following that, his soul body also became much dimmer. Clearly, the power of this blow was tremendously strong. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed one after another. So strong. He just casually dealt an attack and it injured Yi Yuan already. Previously, Qin S. Hi. Plus Tian even unleashed his suborigin soul martial and failed to harm Yi Yuan too. Are the imperishable soul domain's geniuses all so strong? Facing the BU Mpkins with shocked faces, Feng Rui was very pleased with himself. It was just that a hint of surprise actually flashed across Cloudnian's 10,000-year ice-like face. Actually, Feng Rui was also shocked in his heart. Divine soul attacks and divine soul attacks were different. What the imperishable soul domain's geniuses cultivated were all extremely strong soul path martial arts. The power of their divine soul attacks could not be mentioned in the same breath as the outside world at all. Furthermore, he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How terrifying was the power of his one blow! But Yi Yuan actually just moved back several steps? Feng Rui was very dissatisfied with this result. In his view, this strike could have taken Yi Yuan's life. Yi Yuan's soul physique was at most just upper-grade yellow rank. Plus, his cultivation realm was inferior to him too. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as flipping over his hand? But Yi Yuan's toughness had clearly exceeded his expectations. Can't even block an ordinary divine soul attack. Just the likes of you dare to profess to be of the enshrouding mist soul physique too? You probably don't know how terrifying the enshrouding mist soul physique is, right? Feng Rui said with a ridiculing look. Losing in reality but not losing in disposition, Feng Rui naturally would not admit that Yi Yuan was very strong. As long as he annihilated him with the next strike, these BU Mpkins would naturally continue to be shocked. Yi Yuan gave Feng Rui a glance and said coolly, "Young hegemon Feng, an exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse who also cultivated the imperishable soul domain's supreme martial arts, your divine soul attack only has this bit of power? Imperishable soul domain's genius disappoints me greatly." Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence and naturally knew how powerful the soul race's mystic arts were. Although Feng Rui's divine soul attack was inferior to the moves in divine emergence, it was also extremely powerful. At least, compared to Qin S. Hi plus Tian, that sort of rookie, it was no idea how many times stronger. How could an attack that could injure his soul body be of an ordinary sort? Feng Rui's pupils constricted, feeling like the cloth that was covering up his embara. As cement was pulled off. Immediately, he turned angry from embara. Cement. Razor-tongued fellow, this young hegemon wants to see how long you can be stubborn until... Feng Rui gave a cold laugh, Emperor Realm's soul force erupting. The moment he erupted, Feng Rui's strength was completely manifested. This condensed to the extreme soul force made a powerhouse like great Emperor East Sun perspire from Embark's meant to. Only to see Feng Rui grip his hand, a punch flying out. The soul force came head-on like the boundless sea. Even the people outside of the field could feel the force of this punch. Forget about true sovereign heaven. Even if an Emperor realm powerhouse was here, it would be the outcome of the soul disintegrating too. Origin Dipper Force. Feng Rui threw a punch out. Everyone broke into cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bent the bow and notched the arrow neither too fast nor too slow. Arrow of God extermination. Cloud Nian's gaze turned intent, her eyes showing even greater surprise. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell the extraordinary aspects of this move. It was just that, how could an outside world's ant know such a profound soul path mystic art? Presently, Yi Yuan awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. The power of this arrow of God extermination was dozens of times stronger than before. When this arrow was unleashed, in terms of power, it was not the slightest bit below Emperor Realm powerhouses. Boom! Two formidable soul forces collided together in the air. The undulation caused was not the slightest bit weaker than the undulation caused by divine essence. The expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another, incredibly shocked. These two people were both too strong. One had to know that the showdown of soul force was often silent. Even if it caused some fluctuations, that was far from the fluctuations caused by divine essence. But these two people's fight already spurred heaven and earth's spiritual energy to wreak havoc. The combat power already did not lose to the human race in the least bit. However, Yi Yuan gave another fled groan under this blow and flew out backward. This time, his soul body became even dimmer. Clearly, he had suffered even greater injuries. However, Feng Rui's face did not show any joy. He became somewhat angry from Embark's meant. He had not even forced Yi Yuan's soul physique form out up till now. This was a huge loss in face. Sure enough, Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, looking at Feng Rui as he said with a sneer, "The strength of imperishable soul domain's genius is nothing more than this. You can't even force my soul physique form out, and yet, you have the cheek to swagger and blu as in front of everyone too?" Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt very pleased currently. They were set off with Feng Rui's face too, but did not dare to speak up despite feeling angry. But Yi Yuan used his strength and slapped his face ruthlessly. Even if he suffered a loss for both exchanges, he was just true sovereign heaven after all. An imperishable soul domain's genius, whose cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan, actually could not even force Yi Yuan's soul physique form out. How disgraceful! Feng Rui's face was grim, and he said with a cold snort, "Brat, you forced my hand." Chapter 2937 Imperishable. Chapter 2937 Imperishable. This time, Feng Rui was truly enraged. In his eyes, the outside world's so-called geniuses were all trash. But now, he could not even take care of a piece of Traz. Plus sizzle. 5 bolts of electricity coiled around Feng Rui's body, shaking people to the core. Eastson's eyes shrunk and he cried out in surprise, Could this be the legendary innate 5 lightning soul physique? Cloud Neon said coolly, "Precisely so." Eastsun drew a cold breath and said, "Innate 5 lightnings. Chaos divine lightning, all heaven divine lightning, purple firmament divine lightning, 3 pure ones divine lightning, and lightning law framework. Any one of them is a lightning that destroys the world. And this Tao of lightning is extremely harmful to our soul race. Hence, extremely few people awaken it. I didn't expect that young hegemon Feng Rui actually awakened the innate 5 lightning soul physique. Yi Yuan, hurry up and stop. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee your life." The outside world did not know much about the imperishable soul domain, but the various major hall masters were familiar with the data on soul physiques, so as to let them excavate geniuses. Therefore, East Sun knew about this innate 5 lightning soul physique, as if enumerating his family's valuables. It was precisely because so that he also knew the terror of this soul physique. It was already certain without a doubt that Yi Yuan was not of the imperishable soul physique. Wouldn't continue to fight be courting death? Heh, didn't he ask me to come and test his soul physique? Now, he hasn't even used his soul physique. How do I test it? Feng Rui looked at Yi Yuan, laughing coldly. At this time, he was no longer hiding his killing intent. Seeing that Feng Rui's soul physique had such power, Yi Yuan was also slightly fearful in his heart. Even without fighting, he could also feel that Feng Rui's soul physique was extremely powerful. Qin S. Hi plus Tian's so-called sub-origin soul martial was probably not even enough to carry shoes for Feng Rui. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Imperishable soul domain's Emperor Realm Genius even has to display his soul physique form when testing a true sovereign heaven's soul physique. Hoo, it sounds so formidable. You bragged about how the imperishable soul domain is, but it's nothing more than this. Showcase your ability. Otherwise, I'm scared that you won't be able to test it at all." Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, "Relax. You'll die very pleasantly in a while." Swaz. Plus in a blink, Feng Rui's figure disappeared, his speed being swift to the extreme. Lightning Rule specialized in speed to begin with, and the soul body displaying movement techniques even broke away from the fetters of the fleshy body. Even when compared to Yi Yuan's spatial rule, it was also not far off. Yi Yuan only saw a blurry shadow instantly moving in front of him. Although Feng Rui was just lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, the gap from Sovereign Realm to Emperor Cloud Heaven was not an ordinary kind of big after all. Divine Firmament Thunder G.O.D. Blade. Only to see a thunder blade fall down, Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly dissipated, turning into a mass of mist. Feng Rui gave a cold laugh, his soul physique instantly disappearing. The radius of 1,000 feet completely transformed into a sea of lightning, enveloping the mist fully. All heaven lightning sea, myriad soul extermination. In the lightning sea came Feng Rui's furious roar. That cloud of mist rapidly withered away in this sea of lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Really too strong. Especially this lightning sea, it was simply the jinx of the misty air. It's over. With this, Yi Yuan is really finished. Already said, to let him not flaunt his superiority. Sigh, it's really just as Feng Rui said. That bit of pitiful pride is nothing at all. Looking as Yi Yuan was about to turn to ashes, many people sighed heavily. They understood Yi Yuan's view. In reality, they wanted to struggle too. But what use did struggling have? Imperishable soul domain's genius was a genius in the end. Ha, foolish guy. This is the outcome of provoking the imperishable soul domain. Dying without a burial ground. In the lightning sea came Feng Rui's loud laughter. This guy whose mouth owed a beating was finally dead. Cloud Nian's gaze flickered slightly, finally returning to tranquility. She saw through that Yi Yuan's soul physique was absolutely not just yellow rank. But there was nothing to feel regret over either. This kind of pseudo-imperishable soul physique, the imperishable soul domain had plenty. It did not matter that one died. The reason why she was sent here was also to express the importance that the imperishable soul domain placed on the imperishable soul physique. What if it was really the imperishable soul physique? But, looking at it now, it was indeed still a pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Soon, Feng Rui put away the lightning sea and reappeared. He looked towards East Sun and said with a disdainful look, "Now, don't need me to say, you can also tell that it's a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, right? Next time, don't kick up such a big fuss." These countless years, how many amazingly talented people have there been? But which one became ancestor imperishable? How can the outside world possibly have it if there isn't any in the imperishable soul domain? East Sun had a depressed look. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall finally managed to produce two peerless geniuses. In the end, Qin S. Hi plus Tian was killed by Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan was killed by Feng Rui. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Who did you say is pseudo-imperishable soul physique? I said, seeing someone questioning him. Feng Rui answered without thinking. But, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly noticed that something was not right. Turning around, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there perfectly fine. It was as if nothing had happened. Feng Rui had an expression like he saw a ghost. He had clearly completely destroyed that misty air earlier. Why was this guy completely fine? A hint of surprise finally flashed across Cloud Neon's beautiful eyes. Earlier, she clearly could not detect any aura anymore. But Yi Yuan actually still came back to life. This pseudo-imperishable soul physique was a little interesting. How can you possibly still be alive? Feng Rui had an expression like he saw a ghost as he said. Why can't I be alive? Already said that it's the imperishable soul physique, why would I die? Yi Yuan said with a light smile. In reality, he also thought that he was dead for sure just now. That divine firmament thunder D blade carried a powerful paralyzing effect. Feng Rui's 5 lightning soul physique was no ordinary lightning. It carried origin attributes. This soul physique that he awakened was similar to the true spirit clan's innate divine ability in the first place, with immense power. Under this paralysis, Yi Yuan could not even fight back, directly turning into mist. And the power of the all-heaven divine lightning sea was even more terrifying. There was no gap in the lightning sea at all. His misty air was refined bit by bit inside the lightning sea. But the miraculous thing was that he did not die. He retained a final trace of spiritual intelligence without being extinguished. This kind of feeling was rather magical. Yi Yuan felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb and could peek at the entire world. When the lightning sea dispersed, an inexplicable power poured into the spiritual intelligence. Hence, he returned. The entire process was hard to describe. But, without a doubt, he indeed did not die. This enshrouding mist soul physique was indeed magical. In reality, apart from hegemon imperishable, an body could figure out what the the imperishable soul physique was. Yi Yuan had just awakened it. He naturally could not figure it out either. But now, he seemed to have had some discovery. This enshrouding mist soul physique was well deserving of being called the imperishable soul physique. If one did not figure out the situation, even if it was an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse, they might not be able to kill him too. But at this time, the shock that it brought to Feng Rui was clearly incomparably intense. Chapter 2938. This guy is too wicked. Chapter 2938. This guy is too wicked. He didn't even die with this? Could it be that what he awakened is really the imperishable soul physique? This is Embark. Sing. Feng Rui's strength is clearly stronger than him, but the stronger he is, the more it proves that Yi Yuan has the imperishable soul physique. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, everyone was shocked. They did not know whether or not Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. But, judging from things now, it was at least not some lowly pseudo-imperishable soul physique. T imperishable soul physique. Just the likes of you, this kind of trash, can awaken the imperishable soul physique too? Feng Rui's gaze turned cold. He felt immense humiliation. Hence, the divine firmament thunder D blade was unleashed again. Under this divine firmament thunder D blade, Yi Yuan really did not have any strength to resist. Soul physique awakening was just the first step. How one cultivated and how one utilized soul physique were the most important thing. Similarly, having awakened a soul physique, the combat power might be very far off. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, but Feng Rui's strength was absolutely considered within the most pinnacle batch among lower Emperor Cloud heavens. His application and cultivation of his soul physique already reached the acme of perfection. Even if facing off against middle or even upper Emperor Cloud heavens, he was not at all inferior to. One could tell that Cloud Neon indulged Feng Rui a lot. To be pampered by such a powerhouse, he naturally had some skill. If Yi Yuan crossed Emperor Realm this threshold, he could abuse him however he liked. But now, he was indeed not a match. Boom! Under the one blade, it directly chopped Yi Yuan into misty air. Feng Rui shouted fiercely, "Chaos divine lightning destroying heaven and earth! Exterminate for me!" Above the void, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This time, Feng Rui's chaos divine lightning had even more terrifying power than the all-heaven divine lightning seat previously. Places that it said through, not a blade of GRAS survived. Very soon, the mist was eradicated until not the slightest bit remained. Feng Rui's gaze was cold, looking at his surroundings vigilantly, searching for Yi Yuan's figure again. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not revive, Feng Rui could not help letting out a sigh in relief. Humph! What rubbish, imperishable soul physique! It's merely that he didn't die thoroughly enough. If you revived again, this young hegemon will kill you again, Feng Rui said with a cold smile. However, in the next second, a cloud of mist appeared several dozen feet in front of him once more, condensing into Yi Yuan in the end. Feng Rui's eyes became wide saucers. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He waited for him to finish posturing before reviving again to slap his face. F***CKU. Oh, is that so? Looks like this time, I still haven't died thoroughly enough yet. I'll have to trouble young hegemon Feng to kill me once more. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rui and said with a radiant smile. He was already very certain that even if Feng Rui was 100 times stronger, he could not kill him too. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he had the imperishable soul physique, but he knew that his soul physique was indeed not easy to kill. At least, Feng Rui did not have this ability. Yi Yuan even discovered that his revival seemed to be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth, and would not consume his own soul force. It was as if he had fused into one with this world. Also, Feng Rui guessed correctly. Yi Yuan deliberately waited for him to posture, then revived. Feng Rui only felt his face burn fiery hot. He was a genius. He awakened the innate 5 lightning soul physique, and succeeded in cultivating the 5 kinds of lightning technique. Furthermore, this 5 lightning technique placed the soul race immensely in the first place. It was simply ever victorious in the soul race. But today, he was being mocked by an ant. Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, "You're asking for it. Don't blame this young hegemon for not showing mercy." Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Amen, an opponent like you is really hard to find. Since you've delivered yourself to the doorstep, where's the logic of not using it? Now I'm also very curious myself, where my own limits lie." Feng Rui gave a cold snort, 5 divine lightnings tearing across the air. In an instant, a radius of 1,000 feet was fully transformed into a lightning sea. It was just that similarly a lightning sea, but the power of the lightning sea that was fused and formed by 5 lightnings was more than 10 times stronger. 5 lightnings interwoven together, continuously reproducing in an endless succession, forming a powerful closed loop. In this S.P. A.C. Feng Rui was a hegemon. 5 lightning execution, destroying myriad worlds. Yi Yuan's soul body turned to dust virtually without any strength to fight back, and then it was completely refined. But this time, Feng Rui did not withdraw the lightning sea right away. This lightning sea lasted all the way for 2 hours. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to survive. 2 hours later, Feng Rue recalled the lightning sea somewhat weakly. This 5 lightning execution clearly imposed a considerable burden on him too. Sustaining for 2 hours, even with his Emperor Cloud Heaven soul body, it was somewhat too much for him to bear as well. However, in order to completely kill Yi Yuan, he went all out. Even if he went back and recuperated for a few months, he was willing to. A mere ant dared to provoke Feng Rue. Did he really think that he had the imperishable soul physique? Even until now, Feng Rue did not believe that Yi Yuan had the imperishable soul physique too. He was different from Great Emperor East Sun and the others. As an imperishable soul domain's genius, he was all too clear how difficult the imperishable soul physique was to awaken. This time, Feng Rue was not in a hurry to posture anymore but quietly waited. The others did not speak either. They just looked at him in terror like that. The combat power that Feng Rue exhibited frightened them badly. Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, this sort of strength was sufficient to sweep away Emperor Cloud Heavens in the outside world. Even if it was grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven, in this 5 lightning execution, there was only a road that led to death too. Sure enough, the outside world and the imperishable soul domain were 2 different worlds. At this time, the place was silent. Everyone was waiting whether or not Yi Yuan would revive again. Cloud Neon was waiting too. Honestly speaking, she was also very curious just how Yi Yuan revived. But at this time, she was already very sure that Yi Yuan's soul physique was not ordinary. Even if it was not the imperishable soul physique, it probably reached heaven rank too. She was all too clear about Feng Rue's strength. Not everyone had the qualifications to toy with him. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Very soon, 15 minutes said. Feng Rue just stood there, waiting for a full 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, body spoke. Even if a gust of wind blew past, everyone held their breaths, seeing whether or not it was Yi Yuan who revived. However, he did not. Suddenly Feng Rue raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laughter, "Ha ha. Like I said, how can a second imperishable soul physique possibly appear in this world? Yi Yuan, don't you know how to revive? Revive for me to see." Not knowing why, Feng Rue actually felt a great sense of accomplishment in being able to kill Yi Yuan. He detested this kind of feeling, but his heart could not contain it. However, just as he looked up to the sky, a strange atmosphere spread within the place. A cloud of misty air appeared again leisurely. Everyone looked at Feng Rue with strange expressions. Pfft! Many people could not even hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan, this fellow was too wicked. He forcibly held it in for 15 minutes without reviving, just waiting for Feng Rue to posture. However, it seemed like this feeling of face-slapping was great. After all, Yi Yuan came from our Ning La Nirvana Soul Hall, no? Chapter 2939. The Terrifying Cloud Neon. Chapter 2939. The Terrifying Cloud Neon. The laughter stopped abruptly, because Feng Rue already felt one burning gaze after another. The moment he lowered his head, sure enough, he saw that disgusting face appearing in his eyes again. How was this possible? Forget about a true sovereign heaven. Even if it was an emperor vast heaven, they would be refined in his lightning sea without the least bit of resistance too. But Yi Yuan was actually completely fine? See, could it be that this guy actually really has the imperishable soul physique? Feng Rue jumped in fright at this sudden thought. This was impossible. He gemin imperishable, that was a paramount existence. How could an ant possibly awaken the same soul physique as him? Since you want to see me revive so much, I'll revive again for you to see then. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rue and said with a radiant smile. Feng Rue nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was really detestable to the extreme. *CK your sister. Your father waited 15 minutes for you, and you can really endure. Oh right, what other more formidable methods do you have? I feel that I shouldn't have reached my limits yet. Yi Yuan continued. Feng Rui was speechless. What else could I say? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Didn't you see that your father was very weak now? Even the 5 lightning execution could not exterminate Yi Yuan. He was really out of ideas. After making a show of force for half a day, he became a complete and utter joke. Alright, let's end it here. Yi Yuan, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly. Not willing, Yi Yuan said without hesitation. The expressions of East Sun and the rest turned stiff, almost jumping up. This guy was insane, right? Yi Yuan, Lord Cloud Neon is a top powerhouse in the imperishable soul domain. Being able to go under her tutelage is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. East Sun said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what? I gave her the chance. It's her who didn't cherish it. Since she felt it beneath her to care about my life and death, I naturally won't stoop to going under her tutelage too. Boom. Yi Yuan's soul body directly exploded, turning into nothingness. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived. Cloud Neon opened her mouth and said coolly, how about now? Yi Yuan's face turned black and he said, you're dreaming. Boom. Yi Yuan's soul body collapsed again. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived again. Then what about now? Cloud Neon opened her mouth for the 3rd time. Fine, I'm willing. Yi Yuan decided that a wise man should not fight when the odds were against him. Actually, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will. Because the instant that he merged into heaven and earth, he discovered that Cloud Neon had glanced at him. Just this glance and Yi Yuan immediately decided to acknowledge her as master. Very clearly, the enshrouding mist soul physique was not truly invincible. At least, this woman had the ability to kill him. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan estimated that her strength was likely not beneath eldest senior brother, Li Clearcloud. The so-called hegemon imperishable was just because his strength was too formidable, hence an body could kill him. How was there true imperishable in this world? However, this enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly really very formidable and still had a lot of SPAC for exploration. Acknowledging her as a master, everyone was happy. The only one who was sulking unhappily was Feng Rui. Senior apprentice brother, you have an imperishable soul physique. Junior apprentice brother, shouldn't you be happy? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Rui, senior apprentice brother, I'm someone who bears grudges a lot. Cloud Neon ignored Yi Yuan and said to East Sun, this time, Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall has rendered merit and will be rewarded 1 soul cannon and 3 sets of mystic arts. East Sun and the rest were overjoyed, immediately bowing and saying, many thanks, Lord Cloud Neon. Soul Path records were extremely precious things in the outside world. Things that came out of imperishable soul domain were naturally not ordinary. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall had struck gold. Returning to the imperishable soul domain, Feng Rui went into a closed seclusion. Along the way with Yi Yuan, the scene was very awkward. This was an enormous palace complex, akin to the mortal world's palaces. It was just that the scale and grandeur were more than 100 times compared to the imperial palace. The imperishable soul domain was the holy land of the Nirvanic soul clan. Just like the Labyrinth Divine Palace and Blood God Temple, ordinary people were unable to discover its true location. This large region of SPAC was clearly hewed open by hegemon major powers with a great divine ability. After ordering attendants to leave, there were only Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, 2 people left in the room. This 10,000-year ice-like woman had peerlessly beautiful looks, but she gave people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. Speak. What objective do you have for forcibly bringing me to the imperishable soul domain? Yi Yuan said coolly. His words did not hold the slightest respect for his master. Cloud Neon's face still did not have any fluctuations as she said lightly, you're very smart. Thinking about it, she added, even smarter than Feng Rui. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, you're comparing me to a moron? You're insulting me. Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, he's very smart. Yi Yuan said, just an idiot who only knows how to cultivate. Use your behind to think, and you'd also know that I'm waiting for him to posture. In the end, he really went to posture. Cloud Neon was speechless. I'm actually at a loss for a reply. She knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Feng Rui was indeed a genius. It was just that he was completely focused on cultivation. This kind of people, unless they use strength to crush their opponent. Otherwise, they could only still be counting money for people after being sold by them. Alright, enough rubbish. I indeed need your help for something. A rare solemn expression appeared on Cloud Neon's face. Yi Yuan said, go on. I've fallen into the devil's claws now, and can only be at your disposal. Cloud Neon was speechless again. She suddenly discovered that it was somewhat hard to communicate with this person. Progenitor imperishable is missing. After a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly revealed a piece of earth-shattering news. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what has progenitor imperishable going missing got to do with me? Wanting to worry, it should also be the business of you all, these origin powerhouses, right? He had a smile on his face, but Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. Because one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the purple ripple umbrella, was in the hands of Hegemon Imperishable. This trip to the soul race was actually riddled with difficulties for Yi Yuan. It was just that he had to come. But who would have expected that even though he racked his brain to come here, what he obtained was actually such news. Hegemon Imperishable went missing. Didn't that mean that the purple ripple umbrella also went missing along with him? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan just like that and said coolly, I don't care what purpose you came to the soul race for. As long as you can help this seat find Hegemon Imperishable, I can spare your life. Also, your fetters with your original body can't be completely severed, unless you forget your original self's ident. 1. Tie and start over. Cloud Neon said it calmly and collectedly. Coupled with that peerlessly beautiful face of her, it even gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing to the eye. But Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out that everything about him was seen through by this woman. Yi Yuan was firstly shocked, but later, he felt at ease too. If his guess was correct, what this woman cultivated was probably the soul race's sacred canon too. Only a sacred canon on the same level could see through his actual situation. What she said was right. Yi Yuan cut off the bonds and transformed into a soul denizen. But that was not all. This soul clone still had to return to the main body in the end. If it was completely cut off, that would be another new life. It would no longer have any connections to his original self. Chapter 2940. Imperishable Inheritance. Chapter 2940. Imperishable Inheritance. Even major powers like you all couldn't find him. So how can I, a mere true sovereign heaven, find him? Since he had already been exposed, Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to disguise any more as well, and said solemnly. Cloud Neon said coolly, you don't think too highly of yourself either. Although according to your performance your soul physique shouldn't be inferior to Feng Rui, in my view, you're still of the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. As for whether or not you can find him, this seat doesn't know either. But, at least you all, these pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, have more hope than us. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he understood. Those who were scouted by the imperishable soul domain were clearly not just him with the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Cloud Neon, these soul race upper echelons, wanted to try whether or not they could establish a trace of connection with Hegemon Imperishable through the imperishable soul physique, thus finding him. Therefore, Cloud Neon, this kind of origin realm mighty expert, would personally move out and go to Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall to fetch him. He did not expect that the enshrouding mist soul physique that he accidentally awakened actually had such an effect. It really saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if he awakened a special soul physique, wanting to come into contact with these secrets was likely not a matter of 1 or 2 days either. Sure, but I have a condition, Yi Yuan said. You don't have the qualifications to talk terms. If you don't agree, this seat will kill you right now, Cloud Neon said without the slightest emotion. Yi Yuan was speechless. This woman was really impervious to everything. This was putting it out there. I want to make use of you. You'd better let me take advantage of you properly. However, no matter how formidable Cloud Neon was, she probably also did not expect that his goal was hegemon imperishable in the first place, right? At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, Cloud Neon pointed a finger. Yi Yuan only felt a scorching power spreading throughout his whole body. His entire person became unable to move anymore. No idea how long had passed, said Aether. Cloud Neon withdrew her finger and said coolly, I've already sealed your fetter. Unless progenitor imperishable is here, no one can see through you. Alright, you cultivate here. Tomorrow we'll set off and head to the central soul region. Finished saying, she left straight away. The imperishable soul domain was huge. It was divided into east, south, west, north, and central, 5 great regions. These 5 great regions were the hubs of the outside world's continent, each controlling a portion of a region. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was under the rule of the East Soul region. Among the 5 great regions there were constant dispute. But this time, in order to find hegemon imperishable, the 5 great regions had joined hands for the first time ever. In some mysterious SPAC in the East Soul region, the proud Cloud Neon bowed to a big and tall man. Lord W.A.N.G. Ning. W.A.N.G. Ning turned around and said with a smile, I heard that you accepted a pseudo-imperishable soul physique as a disciple when you went out this time? This kind of thing naturally could not be hidden. Cloud Neon said, That's right. This child is extremely talented and comparable to Feng Rui. W.A.N.G. Ning was rather surprised as he said, a pseudo-imperishable physique can actually be mentioned in the same breath with Feng Rui? Then this time, Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, There's hope, W.A.N.G. Ning was overjoyed as he said, If you say so, then there's really hope. Previously, there's progenitor imperishable holding down the fort. The blood race didn't dare to act rashly without careful consideration. But now, they are already eager to cause trouble. Cloud Neon, do you think progenitor imperishable? Cloud Neon's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, Progenitor imperishable should still be alive, but his situation is likely not very good. In this world, an existence capable of killing progenitor imperishable probably hasn't been born yet. W.A.N.G. Ning nodded and said, I think so too. Then who do you think did this to progenitor imperishable? Cloud Neon said, It might be the blood race. It might also be the Chi Soul clan, or they join forces. If it's the last case, then we have to be careful. But, if they want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely pay a huge price too. So for the time being, we're not in danger. But the night is long and fraught with dreams. W.A.N.G. Ning's expression turned somber and he said, You're right. This matter can't be dragged on anymore. This time, we have to find progenitor imperishable no matter what. On the next day, Cloud Neon brought a group of people and set out for the Central Soul region. Only then did Yi Yuan know why Cloud Neon and Feng Rui looked down on him so much. Similarly, pseudo-imperishable physiques, but there were actually as many as 37. Just one East Soul region gathered so many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. Then, there would probably be over 100 pseudo-imperishable soul physiques in the entire imperishable soul domain. So many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. Reckon that the majority of them were all trash soul physique. During normal times, these big shots probably did not even have interests in taking a look. But now, it was time to use them. Beside him, a youth in a white SHI+RT asked rather excitedly, "Hey brother, you're of the pseudo-imperishable physique too?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, You're the real imperishable soul physique?" The youth in white satirized to his face. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "How do you know what I was going to say?" The youth in white laughed loudly and said, "Everyone here says that they are the real imperishable soul physique." The others also started laughing in succession. Yi Yuan was speechless and could not help doubting himself. Could it be that I'm really of the pseudo-imperishable physique? The youth in the white SHI+RT said proudly, "However, I'm different from you guys. The imperishable inheritance this time will definitely belong to me, by Tsuei-shan. You all, these people, are merely accessories. That's all." "Oh? How are you different from us?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Bai Tsuei-shan said proudly, "Because I've met Progenitor Imperishable before and obtained his elderly self's guidance before. The imperishable inheritance this time was actually opened up specifically for me by his elderly self. After I become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple, I'll definitely be able to step into the realm of hegemon." With this, everyone was no longer calm. Yi Yuan could not resist looking toward Cloud Neon. But he discovered that Cloud Neon had an indifferent look and did not show much. Clearly, she had already known about this a long time ago. It was just that what Yi Yuan found strange was that these people did not seem to know what opening up the imperishable inheritance was for. Yi Yuan understood this. After all, the matter of hegemon imperishable's disappearance was a shocking event. Once the information was leaked, the imperishable soul domain would sink into huge panic. But why did Cloud Neon tell him? Could it be that in Cloudmount's eyes, he had even higher hopes of obtaining the inheritance than Bai Tsuei-shan? Bai Tsuei-shan talked with a look of exultation. It turned out that he was a descendant of an East Seoul region's major power. Several hundred years ago, Hegemon Imperishable came to find this major power and saw Bai Tsuei-shan in Pa-s Sing. Seeing that he was of the pseudo-imperishable physique, he casually gave a few words of guidance. Being able to be advised by Hegemon Imperishable, Bai Tsuei-shan was naturally not some amateur. If it was just a trash soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable definitely would not give pointers. Giving pointers would be a waste too. Sure enough, under Hegemon Imperishable's guidance, Bai Tsuei-shan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The opening up of the imperishable inheritance this time, to these pseudo-imperishable physiques, they just said that it was in order to deal with the blood race's invasion and that Hegemon Imperishable wanted to accept a disciple. Regarding the rest, these people did not know a thing. When Bai Tsuei-shan finished talking, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "So that's how it is. Brother Bai is indeed formidable. Looks like this time we're really just playing supporting roles." Chapter 2941. Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Chapter 2941. Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. I didn't expect that this time, it's actually junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon personally leading the team. Before everyone landed, a young man who was far from being handsome came forward to greet, doing his utmost to please and woo. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. "Did you not have any idea what you look like?" Sure enough, Cloudmount's expression seemed to turn a few degrees colder as she said coldly, "Brother Shan Yang, time is tight. Since everyone is here, let's start right away." Mountain Goat 1? This name is pretty good, matching the person. Didn't this person look just like a mountain goat? When Mountain Goat saw that Cloud Neon had an attitude of keeping people 1,000 miles away, he could not help saying rather awkwardly, "Haha, what junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon says is right. Then, let's begin?" The others also laughed secretly in their hearts. It was just that this mountain goat was an origin major power of the Central Seoul region. His strength was almost on par with Cloud Neon. There was naturally no one who dared to laugh. The people leading the teams from the other 3 regions were all Origin major powers too, coming forward to greet one after another. One could also tell from their attitudes that Cloudneon's status in the imperishable soul domain was extremely high. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that the 5 great regions added up, the pseudo-imperishable soul physiques actually had close to 200 people. With this, everything was clear. It was completely worthless. Mountain Goat led everyone and arrived under a glazed pag. This glazed pag. Had a total of 7 floors, each level with a different color. This 7-colored pag. Is a chaos heavenly treasure. Back then, Progenitor Imperishable created it in order to search for a second imperishable physique. It's just a pity that body could become the second hegemon imperishable. The 7-colored pag. Has not been opened up for 100,000 years already. This time, hegemon imperishable had a sudden impulse to accept a disciple. You all are also considered blessed people, Mountain Goat said. Hearing this, many people were extremely excited. It was as if Progenitor Imperishable's disciple had already been decided to be them. However, Yi Yuan also saw a purple-robed young man in the Central Soul Region's team whose expression was very calm. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this person had probably already known about Progenitor Imperishable. Progenitor Imperishable left a trace of Soul Dao origin inside. What you all have to do is to find it and fuse with this trace of origin. As long as someone fuses with the origin, they will be able to become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple. Understood? Mountain Goat continued. Fusing origin. Doesn't that mean that I'll be an origin powerhouse in Emperor Cloud Heaven? Progenitor Imperishable's origin. This is a massive opportunity. This Soul Dao origin is mine. Body is allowed to SNATCH from me. As soon as they heard this, all the pseudo-imperishable physiques went crazy. This kind of massive opportunity was far too tempting for them. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. These guys are also too naive, right? If this power of origin was so easy to fuse, would the 7-colored pag still be here perfectly fine? Finished saying, Mountain Goat looked towards the purple-robed young man and said meaningfully, Wan, Ji Qian, Progenitor Imperishable has pinned high hopes on you. Entering the 7-colored pag. This time, you have to perform well. The purple-robed young man bowed and said, Martial Uncle, rest assured. Ji Qian definitely won't fail the mission? Mountain Goat nodded with a slight smile, his goat face growing longer. When the 7-colored pag opened up, Yi Yuan felt that his mist body seemed to have been ignited. Those pseudo-imperishable physiques rushed inside impatiently. Especially by Tsueshan, he practically rushed inside with howls. Ji Qian gave Yi Yuan a glance and also walked in. Yi Yuan was just about to go, but then Cloud Neon shouted, Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan did not turn back and waved his hand and said, all right, so much C.R.A.P. Relax, I want to find Progenitor Imperishable more than you. Finished saying, he went straight into the 7-colored pag. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few big shots all changed drastically. This brat actually knew? Younger sister Cloud Neon. How can you leak the matter in advance? West Soul Region's team, an old woman questioned. Cloud Neon just said coolly, doesn't Ji Qian know too? The old man said in a solemn voice, how is that the same? Ji Qian, he's Progenitor Imperishable's lineage heir in the first place. Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said, if I said it, I said it, so what about it? You! The old woman was angered until she billowed smoke from all 7 orifices but was helpless to do anything. At this time, Mountain Goat came over to smooth things over, saying with a smile, "Ho-hoo, if it's said, there's no big deal. Young Sister Cloud Neon naturally won't betray the ancestor. It's just that. Young Sister Cloud Neon seems to be very optimistic about this kid." Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, "If someone can really fuse with the origin, it can only be him." But Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Doesn't younger Sister Cloud Neon know that before the progenitor went missing, he already had the intention of letting W.A.N.G. Qian enter the seven-colored pag? Oh duh? Where did this kid pop out from?" Cloud Neon said coolly, "If you don't believe me, just wait and see." But the old woman sneered and said, "Do you think that only your East Seoul region can find geniuses? Our West Seoul region's Zhou Yen similarly has the strength to fuse with the origin." The other two chuckled, clearly quite confident in the people that they brought. Dong. In the first level S.P.A.C., a drumming sound suddenly came over. Yi Yuan only felt that his soul physique was shocked by this noise until it was about to collapse and dissipate. Far away, a miserable cry came over. Clearly, the soul body had already been scattered. "Can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell? Just based on your paltry skills, and you also want to obtain the origin?" A mocking voice came from behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, who could it be if not W.A.N.G. Qian? Clearly, W.A.N.G. Qian had also discovered him in the crowd. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Since the Central Seoul region called everyone over, it shows that their confidence in you is still lacking, isn't that so?" W.A.N.G. Qian's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, "You're courting death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you feel that you can kill me, you can come and try." This W.A.N.G. Qian was merely a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven too. It was simply impossible to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously either. W.A.N.G. Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Don't need me to take action. You can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. You'll be wiped out by the seven-colored pag. Oh, very soon." Dong. Right at this time, another drumming sound occurred. This sound seemingly wanted to enter people's bone marrows. Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to show signs of dissipation under this drumming. W.A.N.G. Qian's soul body was clearly much stronger. He was not affected at all. He looked at Yi Yuan, snickering to no end. "Hoo-hoo, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, it's talking about you, right? Savor the taste of the twilight drum daybreak bell well." As he said these words, W.A.N.G. Qian leaped and disappeared. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. Not far away, many people were directly scattered under this twilight drum daybreak bell. However, the pseudo-imperishable physique was an imperishable physique too. They recovered back to new very quickly. It was just that their soul bodies did not seem to be as condensed as before anymore. This made Yi Yuan certain that the twilight drum daybreak bell could kill people. But this was clearly a land of inheritance. Why did it want to kill people? Chapter 2942. Cutting of all means of retreat. Chapter 2942. Cutting of all means of retreat. Dong. Ahead, a pseudo-imperishable physique directly exploded. Then he stopped reviving as well. He turned to ashes. Many people started panicking. W.A.N.G. Qian looked at the panic on people's faces, his face full of a ridiculing expression. A bunch of ant-like things also had wishful thinking about finding the origin. Even if it was given to you, can you fuse with it? Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, discovering that several people were still searching around. Amen? If I didn't remember wrongly, that's Great Emperor White Shadow's grandson, Bai Tsueshan, right? This kid had a great lucky chance too to obtain progenitor Imperishable's guidance. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak. W.A.N.G. Qian muttered to himself. Dong. Another drumbeat. This time, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly turned to ashes. W.A.N. Ji Qian felt that his soul body also became a bit uncomfortable. He knew that the effect of this drumming sound was each blow being stronger than the last. If he stayed for a long time, it would cause tremendous damage to his soul body. These imperishable soul physiques, were not truly imperishable. Mn. At this time, he saw someone from the peripherals of his eyes. Yi Yuan. Following this drumbeat, Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered his soul body again. It was just that this time, it was clearly much dimmer than the last time. A hint of a smile showed at the corners of W.A.N. Ji Qian's mouth. His figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a look of amuse, "Ent, it's just the 7th drumbeat and you already can't hold on? 9 drums, 7 bells, each claiming lives. Kid, you have to take care." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "Relax, even if you die, I won't die too." W.A.N. Ji Qian snickered and said, "Still being stubborn on your deathbed? Relax, I'll keep on paying attention to you." Finished saying W.A.N. Ji Qian laughed loudly and left. Bai Tsuishan also discovered that Yi Yuan was scattering even more. He came over to urge, saying, "Yi Yuan, stop forcing it. You'll die. Give up. I give up. I give up. I can't take it anymore. I give up." Right at this time, many people around started to howl loudly. Before entering, the team leaders told them, and as long as they shouted, "I give up," these 3 words, to the sky, they would be automatically transported out. However, they did not. For a time, alarm and fear spread. Why am I still here? I gave up already. Hurry up and transport me out. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I give up. I give up. I give up. Many people's yells carried sobs, but they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they yelled, there were no movements. Dong. With another drumbeat, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly died. This time, they finally discovered that they could not go out anymore. Liars! You bunch of liars! I won't let you all off even if I become a ghost. Sniff, sniff. Many people started cursing. Even W.A.N. Ji Qian's expression changed drastically too. What ruthless means. This was forcing them all, these people, toward death. Very clearly, those people outside had long already made a decision. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, then there was no need to go out anymore. This was not some inheritance. This was a salvation that had to succeed. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, they would not be able to find hegemon imperishable. Then what was the use of them, these pseudo-imperishable physique powerhouses? Of course, this also meant cutting off all means of retreat, cutting off their paths of survival, squeezing out all of their potential to search for the origin and fusing with the origin. W.A.N. Ji Qian's gaze turned intent, and he roared angrily, "All shut up for me." He was extremely strong. With this roar, it made everyone quieten down at once. Everyone carried extremely terrified expressions, looking toward W.A.N. Ji Qian. W.A.N. Ji Qian's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a cold voice, "You all don't need to harbor fantasies anymore. Only one person among us can go out. Only by finding the origin and fusing with it can one walk out of here. Crying and yelling here is useless. Go and find the origin. Only by finding the origin can you survive." A word woke up the dreamer. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, as long as they found the origin, they would be able to live. Hence, everyone became incomparably frenzied. Bai Tsuishan also came to a realization and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Go! Hurry up and find the origin, otherwise we'll all have to die. This place is the land of inheritance. Why is there such a twilight drum daybreak bell? Yi Yuan did not leave. He muttered under his breath. Bai Tsuishan got anxious and said, My God, you're still in the mood to say this? A breath late and you'll be dead. But Yi Yuan ignored him and murmured to himself, What's the benefit in killing people? This first level is stark empty. There's nothing at all. Is it just for the sake of killing people? That's not right. This twilight drum daybreak bell is fishy. Goodness, what can be fishy? Hurry up and go find the origin. Bai Tsuishan really panicked. However, this guy was loyal to his friends. Seeing that Yi Yuan was in a daze, he did not leave. At this time, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he actually sat down on the spot. Bai Tsuishan was stupefied and said anxiously, Goodness me, what are you doing here? If we can't find the origin, we'll all have to die. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Bai, you go and search for it. I'm not searching anymore. Bai Tsuishan could not do anything about it and stomped his feet hard as he said, My word! You weirdo! I'm going. Dong. The 9th drumbeat sounded out, and Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. When he recovered again, his soul body became even dimmer. Ji Qian saw Yi Yuan because he was too eye-catching. Hence, he came over and said in a cold voice, Other people are all searching for the origin. What are you doing? Yi Yuan ignored him but savored the drumbeat earlier in detail, as well as the feeling of the soul body collapsing. Ji Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Go and search for the origin for me now. Otherwise I'll kill you now. Yi Yuan still ignored him. Boom. Ji Qian did not hesitate in the slightest, directly striking with a terrifying palm. His strength was significantly stronger than Feng Rui. Yi Yuan's soul body was directly disintegrated by him. But very soon Yi Yuan recovered again. Imperishable soul physique. Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, it was not that easy to be killed either. Furthermore, being killed by him did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Yuan. What was truly threatening was the twilight drum daybreak bell. Yi Yuan felt it. What this twilight drum daybreak bell destroyed was not just his soul body, it was even his consciousness. This was also to say that, in the end, even he would not be able to revive anymore. Ji Qian's gaze turned intent and he said in a chilly voice, Thing really think that I can't kill you? Hence, he released his aura fully. A terrifying soul force crept out in the air. Dong. Right at this time, the first bell ring sounded. Ji Qian gave fled groan. That horrifying soul force directly crumbled under this bell ring. Of course, Yi Yuan's soul body also collapsed again. The power of this bell ring was several times that of the drumbeat. This many, even more people died. Rather than wasting time with me here, it is better to hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise you'll die too, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ji Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If they can't find the origin, he would have to die too. Ji Qian gritted his teeth and flew away. Chapter 2943. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Chapter 2943. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Are we being too vicious by doing so? Said a white-haired old man. He was North Seoul region's great Emperor Mingjian. The old woman snorted coldly and said, What's wrong? Just a bunch of pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, being able to die for progenitor, that's their honor. Moreover, whoever obtains the soul Tao origin, that will be their Ma's Civ lucky chance. They can't even wait to thank us. Mountain Goat also laughed and said, If people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Under a hopeless situation, they will be able to make a difference. They definitely won't be able to resolve their minds, so we can only help them. Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, don't you think so? Cloudmount was silent. Mountain Goat's laughter seemed slightly awkward, and he was also quite angry in his heart. Sealing the 7-colored pag. Oh, duh was agreed upon by the 5 great regions a long time ago. In order to find hegemon imperishable, what did a few mere pseudo-imperishable physiques count for? Suddenly, a hint of a sneer flashed across the old lady's face as she said, Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, this is the boy that you spoke of? It's just the 7th drumbeat, and his soul body already can't hold up any more. Cloud Neon still did not speak, as if she had heard nothing. The old woman felt like her punch landed on cotton. Very depressing. The old woman did not care whether or not Cloud Neon responded, and still said sarcastically, 9 drum beats, 7 bell rings, this kid probably can't even make it through the first round. Just this and he still wants to fuse with the origin? What a joke. Great Emperor Mingjian also smiled and said, this time, Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon has probably made an error of judgment. This kid is indeed rotten mud that can't hold up a wall. Being so highly regarded by Cloud Neon, the others were also full of expectations for him. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless? Forget about Wang Jiqian. Even compared to Bai Tsuishan, who was similarly from the East Seoul region, he was far too lacking as well. Mountain Goat smiled and said, although it was being forced to, finding the 5 great regions' pseudo-imperishable physiques was just to make provisions for contingencies. But actually, the one who's most suitable to fuse with the origin is none other than Wang Jiqian. The old lady smiled coldly and said, Shanyang, this old lady, don't like to hear these words. Our West Seoul region's Zhualing isn't inferior to Wang Jiqian. Dong. The 3rd round, the 3rd bell ring sounded. Wang Jiqian's soul body immediately scattered at the sound of it. These top powerhouses, already could not bear it anymore. Some of these pseudo-imperishable physiques were powerful and had even reached Emperor Vast Heaven already. However, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell's effect on each person was different. If you were Emperor Vast Heaven, it would give you the power of Emperor Vast Heaven. If you were True Sovereign Heaven, it would give you the power of True Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, the longer you last, it showed that the pseudo-imperishable physique was stronger. For Wang Jiqian to be able to last until now, it was already very difficult. There were fewer and fewer figures around him. They should have long died out. Where on earth is the origin? If the origin can't be found, this Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell will get stronger and stronger, all the way until it kills us all. Wang Jiqian became somewhat anxious. The 7-colored pag. Was divided into a total of 7 levels. Each level would have an origin fragment. Only by finding 7 origin fragments could one attempt to fuse with the origin. But this first level was already so difficult. His expression was ugly to the extreme. The first level SPAC was not considered big. With over 100 of them, they already dug 3 feet into the ground of the first level. However, they did not discover traces of the origin fragment. This drove everyone virtually crazy. My soul body has already collapsed. That punk called Yi Yuan has already had his soul disintegrated now, right? Wang Jiqian remembered Yi Yuan at the behest of supernatural powers and could not resist returning to find Yi Yuan. He discovered that Yi Yuan was indeed no longer in the same place. Sure enough, he was already dead. Inexplicably, a hint of delight flashed across in Wang Jiqian's heart. But very soon, he started smiling bitterly. What am I competing with a dead man who? Soon, I'll become a dead man too. Sure enough, the origin that progenitor imperishable left behind was not so easy to find. Sorry, progenitor imperishable. W.A.N. Ji Qian is incompetent and can't find you. Brother W.A.N.G., why are you still hanging around here? I see that your soul body is about to collapse. If you still don't go and find Master Yi, you probably can't last much longer. At this time, a voice sounded out behind W.A.N. Ji Qian. W.A.N. Ji Qian turned around. He knew this person. He was also of the central soul region called Xingyu. His strength was very average. Seeing Xingyu, he could not help being taken aback and said, Xingyu? You're actually not dead yet? In his view, Xingyu should have died long ago. Xingyu chuckled and said, I also thought that I was going to die. It is thanks to Master Yi. Otherwise, with my bit of strength, I would really have long died. W.A.N. Ji Qian was taken aback and said, Master Yi? Who's Master Yi? Your soul body. He discovered to his surprise that Xingyu's soul body became extremely solid. It was even more solid than when he just entered. Logically speaking, the twilight drum daybreak bell had already sounded for 3 rounds. Even if he was not dead yet, his soul body should also have been overwhelmed a long time ago. What's going on here? Xingyu smiled radiantly and said, Oh, Master Yi is East Soul Region's Yi Yuan. It's he who comprehended the profound meaning of the twilight drum daybreak bell and imparted the method to train the imperishable soul physique to us. That's how we escaped the calamity. Otherwise we, all these people, would be dead for sure in the first level. W.A.N. Ji Qian's eyes became wide saucers, and he looked at Xingyu in disbelief as he said in shock, You're saying, using the twilight drum daybreak bell, to train the imperishable soul physique? How is this possible? Xingyu smiled and said, Yeah. Originally, I also felt that it was impossible. But Master Yi said that since progenitor imperishable left behind the inheritance, it's definitely not to kill people but to let the imperishable soul physique become stronger. The twilight drum daybreak bell sounds formidable, but it actually secretly contains an extremely profound technique. As long as you find the method, you'll be able to make the imperishable soul physique become even stronger. You look at me now. Is my soul body much more solid than before? Tumultuous waves had long already set off in W.A.N. Ji Qian's heart. It was still his first time hearing that the twilight drum daybreak bell still had such a version. His first reaction was that he felt that it was ridiculous, but Xingyu's soul body was indeed more solid than before. Dong. Right at this time, another bell rang. W.A.N. Ji Qian only felt that his soul body was about to be shocked into a pile of loose sand. After expending a Herculean effort, W.A.N. Ji Qian finally recondensed his soul body. But, the moment he looked at Xingyu, he became completely dumbfounded. Xingyu's soul body was scattered too. In fact, it was scattered even more thoroughly than him. That S of misty air was already so thin and one virtually could not see it anymore. But very soon, Xingyu's soul body condensed again. Furthermore, it became even more solid than just now. Xingyu looked at W.A.N. Ji Qian with a sympathetic look and said, Brother W.A.N.G., Master Yi is currently in the northwest direction, preaching Tao to everyone. You hurry over. I know that you have some conflict with Master Yi. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Master Yi is magnanimous and won't haggle over it with you. With how your soul body is, at most 2 or 3 bell rings, you'll probably disintegrate. My skills are poor, and I don't dare to casually impart it. You'd better listen to Master Yi personally expound on Tao. Alright, not talking anymore. I still have to go and search for the origin fragment. I'll be leaving first. Finished speaking, he left behind the panic-looking W.A.N. Ji Qian and turned around and left. Chapter 2944. How shameful! Chapter 2944. How shameful! G. Qian's heart was in turmoil. To go was not a solution. To not go was also not a solution. He thought that there were fewer and fewer people, and they all died. Who knew that they all went to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao? This Tsing Yu was originally just an ant-like existence in his eyes. But now, looking at the appearance of his soul body, it was actually even more solid than his. This was too demoralizing. But his pride did not allow him to bow his head to Yi Yuan. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even a group of ants can comprehend the twilight drum daybreak bell. I'm from the central soul region. As someone who's regarded highly by progenitor imperishable, can't I comprehend it? Without a butcher, there isn't pork or meat anymore. Getting to work at once, G. Qian sat down, diligently feeling each time his soul body collapsed previously. Dong. The daybreak bell sounded again. G. Qian's soul body was disintegrated again. This time, it became a little harder for him to condense his soul body. But he did not believe in heresy. Time slowly trickled by, and G. Qian finally tided over another round of twilight drum daybreak bell. His soul body was already dim to the extreme. However, he did not have any comprehension. The twilight drum daybreak bell was still the twilight drum daybreak bell. Each drumbeat was killing him. G. Qian despaired. It seemed like he really could not eat pork. Why? Why can Yi Yuan do it, but I can't? G. Qian cried out in despair. No way. I can't die here. He used all the strength in his body and sped toward the northwest direction desperately. When the dead dog-like G. Qian appeared in front of Yi Yuan, he was still quite surprised. He still thought that G. Qian would rather break than bend and not come and look for him even if he died under the twilight drum daybreak bell. Save me! When he yelled this sentence out, G. Qian felt so ashamed. Feeling the strange gazes around him, he only felt his face burn fiery hot. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Someone as proud as him, how did he become like a dog, wagging his tail in front of the enemy and begging for mercy? This kind of scene should have been reversed in his understanding. But now it was him who was begging in front of Yi Yuan for his charity. However, he was really going to die. On the way over, he suffered another 2 drumbeat. His life was already really tough to actually forcefully pull through. Yi Yuan, save me! G. Qian cried out in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly opened his mouth, with words droning out of his mouth. Dozens of people had already gathered around Yi Yuan. They were all listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. There was also another group of people who already stopped comprehending and went to search for the origin on their own. The others could not care about G. Qian's Embark, meant, listening attentively one after another. G. Qian perked his spirit up fully, listening attentively to each word that Yi Yuan said. All of a sudden, his entire body trembled. It turned out that the imperishable soul physique could still be understood like this. The imperishable soul physique was not immortal and imperishable. This imperishable soul physique needed to be tempered too. The twilight drum daybreak bell was used to temper the misty air, making it become even more saleable, and this method of tempering also broadened G. Qian's horizons. So that's how it was. Why did I not think of that? This was not difficult. This guy must have accidentally stumbled across it. The matters in the world were actually often not profound. Just a little bit and it would be clear. However, it was often this little bit that was the hardest. G. Qian was very clear about it. His comprehension ability was very high. But he did not have the ability to see through this point. However, when others pointed it out, he did not feel that others were very impressive. He just felt that others were lucky. That was all. He had never thought about it before this. It was not the first time that someone had entered this seven-colored pag. During these countless years, countless people had entered before, but no one could see through this. Just this, and Yi Yuan was stronger than countless people. He, Wu Ji Qian, was also merely one of these countless people. Hence, his soul body strengthened once more. At this time, Yi Yuan's soul body had already become extremely solid. When the daybreak bell sounded again, Yi Yuan's soul body stood firm like a mountain, without the slightest sign of collapse. In fact, not even a trace of misty air formed. Suddenly the SPAC shook. A spatial door appeared in front of everyone. It's the door leading to the second floor. Amen? That's Origin Fragment. Turns out that as long as one reaches grand completion in Shrouding Mist Soul Physique under the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell, the Origin Fragment will appear. At this time, a GLAS fragment-shaped object appeared in front of Yi Yuan. It was brightly colored. This piece of GLAS fragment belonged to him. Many people's eyes turned red. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the Origin Fragment with a smile. All right, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell has said. We can enter the second level. Of course, those who want to continue cultivating can still continue to stay in the first level. Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped right into the door of the second floor. Everyone exchanged glances. However, very soon, someone rushed into the second level after him. At this time, Wu Ji Qian's soul body had already pretty much been restored. In fact, it was even stronger than before. He immediately rushed into the second level without the slightest hesitation. The Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell is merely thus. In the second round, I absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. Wu Ji Qian said with disdain in his heart. Bai Tsuishan's soul body had not reached the realm of grand completion yet. He thought about it and still stayed behind. There were also a few who similarly stayed behind, but there were not many. What a terrifying sea of fire! Is this round the legendary rebirth in fire? The first round was the inheritance that tempers the soul body. Then, what is this round's inheritance? Not good. My soul body is clearly already much stronger, but it still can't withstand the power of this fire sea. As soon as they entered the second round, many people felt that their soul body was about to collapse. Their soul body had already been greatly strengthened in the first level, but it still could not resist the power of this flame. Yi Yuan's soul body was much stronger than theirs. He did not feel anything. However, he fell into contemplation again very quickly. What was this second round's inheritance? When he was in the Nirvana Soul Hall, he had once entered the soul refining furnace and felt the tempering of Tao fire before. Could it be that this round was to continue tempering in this flame? It was just that when Yi Yuan thought of this, the others clearly thought of the same thing too. I understand. Even if it's the imperishable, it also needs to experience continuous tempering. Only when myriad great Tao can't even refine your soul body can that be called imperishable soul physique. Progenitor imperishable must have already reached that realm. Since that's the case, let's do it. Wu Ji Qian swept away the decadence of the first round and smiled confidently, his body turning into mist, soaking in the flames. Immediately, he felt endless scorching. Fled ground came out of the misty air. Clearly, the current Wu Ji Qian was in great agony. However, he did not care. He carefully felt this scorching, wanting to make use of this grilling to let the soul body become stronger. Yi Yuan's face revealed a pondering look. Is it really like this? Chapter 2945. Hallucination? Chapter 29:45. Hallucination? And not good, my soul body can't hold on anymore. Arg, it's so hot. I can't do it anymore as well. My soul body is clearly already very strong, but why can't I hold on? With the sage of time, many people started to crumble. The temperature of the fire sea seemed to be getting higher and higher. Their misty air was evaporating bit by bit, becoming faded. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Originally, they thought that by relying on Yi Yuan's teachings in the first round, a powerful soul body was sufficient to survive. But they had clearly miscalculated. Ji Qian was no exception either. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his enshrouding mist soul physique, Ji Qian had a feeling of getting slapped in the face. He attempted to use this powerful fire sea to temper the soul body. But it was useless. His soul body was still being weakened little by little. Yi Yuan was not far away from him. Within his sight, he could see that Yi Yuan was still frowning and contemplating, and he did not turn into mist form either. But all of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure moved, turning into a cloud of misty air. When Ji Qian saw, he could not help scoffing as he said, "Ho-ho," pretending to be profound. "Do you really think that you're so lucky every time? In the first round, you were merely lucky, that's all. In this second round, you've pondered for half a day. Isn't it still this move? What's the difference compared to us?" Ji Qian already understood that regarding this seven-colored pag. The thing inherited was different in each round. But, as for the specifics of the inheritance, it required one to fumble themselves. He knew that he had not found the way yet. And Yi Yuan likewise had not found the way. The first round, it was merely accidentally stumbled upon by him, that was all. "Yoch, so hot. I feel that my soul body is almost vaporizing. Yi Yuan, have you found the method to crack this round? Old Bai will learn from you." Bai Tsuishan's strange cry transmitted over. Ji Qian's face turned black. Did this fellow want face or not? "Bai Tsuishan, you're also a genius who had been guided by progenitor before. You'll follow behind others to hitch a ride?" Ji Qian said in a cold voice. Bai Tsuishan gave Ji Qian a glance and suddenly put on a weak state as he said, Save me! Yi Yuan, save me!" The moment Ji Qian saw, his face instantly turned black as the bottom of a pot. Wasn't this appearance precisely his tail-wagging appearance when he was begging in the first round? This was his lifetime humiliation. Bai Tsuishan, this guy, actually rubbed salt on his wound. TCH, who was it that pestered Yi Yuan incessantly in the first round? Why? Forgot everything in a blink of an eye? Bai Tsuishan said with a disdainful look. Ji Qian's eyes spewed fire as he roared angrily, Bai Tsuishan. Today, if I, Ji Qian, don't kill you, I swear that I'm lesser than human. Ji Qian had completely exploded. He ignored his rapidly depleting soul force currently, pouncing over toward Bai Tsuishan frenziedly. Bai Tsuishan jumped in fright too. His strength was naturally far below that of Ji Qian. For Ji Qian to be able to be thought highly of by the central soul region, he was naturally not an ordinary genius. The moment he went crazy, Bai Tsuishan felt the pressure coming like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Boom! In an instant the two people exchanged blows. Ji Qian gave fled groan, flying out backward. Bai Tsuishan looked at his own palm somewhat disbelievingly, his face looking confused. Why did I become so powerful? Bai Tsuishan said with an innocent look. Does brother Bai really not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Although your soul body isn't as perfect as Master Yi, you stand out among us too. While Ji Qian's soul body has been roasting in this round for a long time, he's long already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, how could he be your match? Beside him, someone who entered together with Bai Tsuishan explained. The moment Bai Tsuishan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. TSK, along the way here, I was still saying that I'll protect Yi Yuan. In the end, when we entered here, it's all Yi Yuan who's covering me. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yuan, have you cracked this round or not? I, old Bai, am already too hungry to wait." Over at the other side, Ji Qian almost wanted to vomit blood. When did Bai Tsuishan become so strong? He naturally knew that his condition was not good. But he touched his own heart and felt that there was still no problem in dealing with Bai Tsuishan, who knew that he could not even block a move from him. This showed that Bai Tsuishan already made great progress by tempering his body with the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell in the first round. Was the gap actually so big? He entered the second level in order to H the origin fragment. Who knew that Bai Tsuishan actually already grew to this point in the first level? He suddenly discovered that he seemed to have missed something. Boom! Suddenly Yi Yuan caught on fire. His misty air actually combusted in the fire sea. When Ji Qian saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, what did I say? He was simply a blind cat bee, mping into a dead rat in the first round. It was completely luck. In this round, he revealed his true colors, right? Burn. Burn away. Best that he burns to ashes. At this time, Ji Qian had indescribable delight in his heart. He would rather die here than be willing to see Yi Yuan continue to be impressive. In front of Yi Yuan, his humiliation could no longer be cleansed. The expressions of Bai Tsuishan and the rest also instantly became solemn. What's going on here? Yi Yuan, are you alright? Bai Tsuishan said worriedly. Master Yi, don't scare us. It's over. It's over. In this round, even Master Yi has sucked. Mbed. Looks like we're all dead for sure this time. Many people already saw Yi Yuan burn up. Holding on in the fire sea until now, their soul bodies already almost could not bear it anymore. The only hope was Yi Yuan. But who knew that Yi Yuan himself also could not make it anymore? With this, it was over. Reckless and blind thing. This seven-colored pag. Has been placed here for how many years? Body can make it through the 7 levels at all to collect all of the origin fragments. Just the likes of you also want to flip the heavens? Ji Qian said with a loud laugh. Many people shot angry gazes at him. But anger was useless too. Yi Yuan looked like he was about to die. Yi Yuan's misty air was currently burning, already almost merging into one with the surrounding flames. When the misty air completely disappeared, Yi Yuan would also be equivalent to being gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's misty air was currently becoming the fire sea bit by bit. The people started to despair. In fact, Yi Yuan did not even resist at all inside. Ji Qian felt very delighted and even had the satisfaction of having taken revenge. Watching Yi Yuan die in front of him was also a kind of enjoyment, was it not? Finally, Yi Yuan's misty gas completely disappeared. The place where he originally was already completely turned into a stretch of fire sea, completely fusing into one with the fire sea in this second level SPAC. Dead. Finally dead. So what if he solved the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell and acquired the origin fragment? Aren't you still going to die here all the same? Ha ha ha. Ji Qian said with a loud laugh. Everyone's expressions became gloomy. Their last trace of hope was also dashed. But right at this time, a figure suddenly condensed and formed, appearing in the fire sea. Ji Qian was taken aback, rubbing his eyes hard. Was his eyesight failing? Did his hatred already make him hallucinate? Was not that Yi Yuan? Chapter 2946. Have no sense of shame in order to live. Chapter 2946. Have no sense of shame in order to live. Is it Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die? Could it be that my eyesight is failing? He had clearly already been burned completely just now. Hang on. He really didn't die. He might have comprehended. The last sentence was said by Bai Tsuishan. With the experience of the first level, Bai Tsuishan felt that it was very likely that Yi Yuan had comprehended it again. Yi Yuan's resurrection from the dead might have a lot to do with this level's inheritance. In the fire sea, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over leisurely. Ji Qian could not help shuddering. Just now, his voice was the loudest. It was like if Yi Yuan died, he could directly enter Hegemon. But now, he could not laugh anymore. You hope for me to die so much, then if I can solve the stage now, do you want to listen to my preaching on Tao? Yi Yuan looked toward Ji Qian and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ji Qian seemed like a duck who had its neck being pinched. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. Yeah, do I listen or not? To listen or not? Listen, he could live, but his face would be gone. Not listening, he would be dead for sure, and his face looked like it would be gone too. How shameful! Why would such emotions appear time and again? How impressive is Ji Qian. He can comprehend Tao on his own. Why would he need to listen to Master Yi preach on Tao? Right. Master Yi comprehending Tao, that's a blind cat you. Mping into a dead rat too. It's not a big deal. Great Master Ji doesn't need it at all. What did he say? Master Yi just got lucky and isn't fit to be mentioned in the same breath with him. Ji Qian. How can this little thing that Master Yi comprehended enter his Ji Qian's sights? Ji Qian was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. He discovered that he seemed to have already become the common target for scorn. Earlier, he seemed to have been too carried away, resulting in offending everyone. Now, the outside world had sealed off the seven-colored pag. Oda. Everyone's biggest wish was actually just to survive. As for the origin fragment, it became secondary. But he was burning with jealousy earlier and completely did not think things through before saying it. With this, it really incurred public wrath. What these people were saying, they directly blocked off all of his paths of retreat. So awkward! But over here, Bai Tsuishan could not wait any longer, running next to Yi Yuan. Urging Yi Yuan, he said, Yi Yuan, quickly say, what the H-E-L is with this D-A-M-N place. I feel like I'm about to be roasted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I think I already understand the meaning of the imperishable soul physique. Bai Tsuishan was taken aback and said in a daze, what meaning can the imperishable soul physique have? Of course, it means being unable to be killed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, how can there be an unkillable person in this world? Although Hegemon realm powerhouses have transcended heavenly stratum, they will die too. The imperishable soul physique isn't unkillable. We all have been misled by this name. Everyone listened attentively, feeling an upsurge of emotion. They felt that they seemed to be about to hear a Ma's Civ secret. Even Ji Qian also could not resist perking his ears up. Meanwhile, many people cast disdainful gazes towards him. Ji Qian discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of chasing him away. Hence, he was not going anywhere. In order to live, throw away his face. Either way, his face had been utterly lost too. Ji Qian suddenly felt the delight of liberation in his heart. Sure enough, as that saying went, a shameless person was invincible. Amen. The feeling of shamelessness is really great. It is as if the air here is teeming with freshness. The misty gas is born from chaos, so the soul physique that we awakened is actually a physique of chaos too. It's the same logic as those super powerhouses born in chaos and being extremely powerful, but we're different from them. Doesn't that mean that we also have the potential to become hegemons? Someone could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course. Furthermore, we have a greater advantage than them." After pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, "Those powerhouses were molded by chaos and only inherited a certain aspect of chaos. But the misty gas is shapeless and immaterial. It can develop all life in the world. You can be a powerful thunderbolt. You can be the vast earth. You can also be an apocalyptic fire. Just like this level, progenitor imperishable actually wants to tell us how to turn into heaven and earth fire with the misty gas and burn all things. I think that, if this move is cultivated to the extreme, it should be able to pry into origin and be like hegemon flame G. O.D., turning all to ashes with a wave of his hand. Hegemon flame G. O.D. was a powerful hegemon whose reputation shook the heavens. He controlled the fire of all words. His attack techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Even if ordinary hegemons encountered him, they would be filled with deep terror too. When many people heard it, they could not resist feeling an upsurge of emotion. Even thinking about it, they felt impressive too. But Ji Qian laughed coldly and said, "According to what you say, if we all, these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were to cultivate to the extreme, wouldn't all the hegemons be unable to beat us when added up too?" The moment he spoke, there were immediately dozens of gazes that swept over. Ji Qian, if you don't talk body will think that you're mute. Hoo, if you're impressive, why can't you gain enlightenment on Tao? Keep talking and I'll beat you to death. The last sentence was said by Bai Tsueshan. He was currently overflowing with confidence. However, Ji Qian did not pay the slightest attention to it. Once a person made up their mind to be shameless, that was true invincibility. I'll just thicken my face and stay right here. What can you do to me? But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "According to my explanation, it's theoretically like this. It's just that even if it's hegemon realm powerhouses, there isn't enough time and energy to specialize in one or several Dao. Wanting to comprehend myriad great Dao and reach hegemon realm at the same time is clearly not too realistic." The moment Ji Qian heard, he said disdainfully, "Tch, you've said it all. Either way, there's no way of verifying this either." Despicable. Too despicable. Many people glared and really wanted to beat him up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If my conjecture is right, the few levels at the back should also be like this second floor. All of which is to derive all kinds of forms with the mist body." The moment Ji Qian heard, he laughed coldly again and said, "Do you think that you're a roundworm in progenitor imperishable stomach? Whatever you say will be what it is. If it isn't like that at the back, then what?" Yi Yuan still said with a smile, "Then beat you to death, Ji Qian choked and lost his temper. Now, a word from Yi Yuan and he would have to suffer the siege of 100 people. He was impressive, but he could not fend them off. Yi Yuan letting him listen to the sermon here was already a massive favor. Hence, Yi Yuan started preaching on Tao. He was preaching to everyone how to derive the power of flames with the mist body. It looked simple, but actually, this was more than a level harder than the first level's twilight drum daybreak bell. Some people were extremely talented and had gained better comprehension very quickly. But some were unable to find the correct approach. Some people were slow to learn and completely burned to death by this blazing fire. Bai Tsueshan's talent was indeed extremely high. He learned very quickly. Ji Qian's talent was significantly greater than Bai Tsueshan. He learned faster. He desperately developed the power of flames, trying to surpass Yi Yuan. However, before long, another spatial door appeared in front of everyone, and another piece of origin fragment appeared next to Yi Yuan. He reached grand completion once again. Chapter 2947 Owners.H.I plus P of the origin. Chapter 2947 Owners. H.I plus P of the origin. W.A.N. Ji Qian discovered to his dismay that he could forever only eat dust behind Yi Yuan. This guy's comprehension ability was seriously too monstrous. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the spatial door, W.A.N., Ji Qian gritted his teeth and followed after. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could really foretell things accurately. Bai Tsueshan and the rest of this batch of people were in no rush. They had already tasted the benefits in the first level. They were naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Upon entering the third level, W.A.N., Ji Qian's expression changed. Wind. This place was endless wind. Wild gale-like blades, blowing until his whole body was close to collapsing. Heh, looks like you won't be beaten to death. Sure enough, the inheritances in these later few levels are exactly the same as Master Yi expected. By the side, Xingyu mocked him. The current Xingyu had already become Yi Yuan's hardcore follower. His strength was weak to begin with. His comprehension ability was also not high among this group of people. If not for Yi Yuan, he would have definitely been in the first batch that died. But now, not only did he survive, his soul body became much more powerful than before. Therefore, he found W.A.N. Ji Qian displeasing to the eye. There was wind everywhere here. Even a moron could guess that what needed to be comprehended this round was the misty air turning into wind. Those few rounds at the back naturally also had an extremely high probability of being what Yi Yuan expected, turning into other attributes with the misty air. Talk again after clearing the round. It's still hard to say what it will be like now. W.A.N. Ji Qian was still stubborn as he said those words. Yi Yuan ignored him and started preaching on Tao. W.A.N. Ji Qian also mustered up his strength and raced with Yi Yuan. However, it was still a cruise. H.I. plus ing defeat. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a genius, he was also being flung more than 10 streets behind by Yi Yuan in comprehending mist turning into wind. In the end, it was still Yi Yuan preaching Tao that he gained sudden enlightenment. However, W.A.N. Ji Qian no longer cared. Either way, he was already being shameless. If he lost, he lost. What was the big deal? But in his heart, he was shocked. He naturally knew how difficult this kind of comprehension was. However, it was not a problem at all with Yi Yuan. Regardless of whether it was mist turning into wind, mist turning into fire, or mist turning into lightning, Yi Yuan could comprehend it swiftly and reach the realm of grand completion. W.A.N. Ji Qian could not imagine at all. Everyone was of the pseudo-imperishable physique. What right did Yi Yuan have to be able to accomplish this? Of course, Yi Yuan already gradually understood some things. Him being able to comprehend quickly, comprehension ability was naturally one aspect. But a big part of the reason was that his soul physique could integrate into heaven and earth, and it could borrow the power of heaven and earth to restore the enshrouding mist soul physique. Although Yi Yuan had not met Hegemon Imperishable before, he felt that Hegemon Imperishable was likely the same as him. He was of the true enshrouding mist soul physique. The others did not have this ability. If the misty air was completely wiped out, they would really be dead. This 7-colored pag. Was actually the legacy that Hegemon Imperishable customized for the true imperishable soul physique. Only the true imperishable soul physique could pass through these 7 levels. The first level was to lay down the foundation for the enshrouding mist soul physique, strengthening oneself, while at the back, it was mist transforming into myriad Tao. Of course, these 6 levels were just the beginning. But with this foundation, the road in the future would become much easier. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Everyone outside the PAG had long already fallen into shock, because they had already completely lost control of the 7-colored PAG situation. How is this possible? Over 100 people stepped into the 7th level at the same time? What on earth happened in the 7-colored PAG? The old woman had a look of confusion. Just earlier, there were still over 100 people who were still alive that stepped into the last level one after another. Then the few major powers present completely lost it. In this 1 month, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. It seemed like, apart from the casualty rate being a little high in the first floor, the levels at the back became incomparably smooth. The cannon fodders that they led here actually cleared one level after another. This kind of situation simply made all the jaws hit the ground. North Seoul Region's old man frowned and said, "This 7-colored PAG wouldn't have a problem, right? This kind of thing has never happened before." Mountain Goat immediately said, "Are you kidding me? What can go wrong with the chaos heavenly treasure that progenitor imperishable left behind?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Then how do you explain everything that happened in the PAG? Mountain Goat opened his mouth, and actually had nothing to say in reply. Yeah, what on earth happened? He really wanted to know as well. Cloud Neon, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "I think it should be related to Yi Yuan." The moment the old woman heard, she snickered and said, "Hoo-hoo, junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon really knows how to joke around. No matter whose turn it is, it won't be his turn too." Cloud Neon said coolly, "In each round Yi Yuan was the first to clear. Clearly, it has a lot to do with him." The old woman could not help laughing as she said, "The first to enter the next floor, and it has something to do with him? Then, if I'm the first to enter East Seoul Region, will the entire East Seoul Region be mine?" Cloud Neon was expressionless and shut her mouth. She felt that she had no way of communicating with this idiot. Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, they have already entered the 7th level and will be able to come out very soon. At that time, everything will naturally come to light." Rumble. The SPAC inside the 7-colored PAG underwent enormous changes. The 7 SPACs completely melted into one SPAC. In the center of the SPAC, there was a 7-hole crystal. Yi Yuan walked toward the 7-hole crystal and placed the obtained 7 pieces of origin fragments inside. All of a sudden, light shone in all directions. Several breaths later, a prismatic 7-colored crystal appeared in front of everyone. This was the wisp of origin that progenitor imperishable left behind. Everyone's breathing became heavy. This tiny crystal was where the entire 7-colored PAG Das essence lay. What was the use no matter how much you comprehended? But, once you fuse with the origin that was really soaring to the heavens in one bound, and body could stop you anymore. Everyone cast envious gazes toward Yi Yuan. This piece of origin belonged to him. They palpitated with excitement, but no one came up to body was a fool. This object was left behind by progenitor imperishable for his successor. At present, this SPAC already belonged to Yi Yuan. If they took action, that was courting death. However, in the next second, something that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly happened. Yi Yuan casually threw the origin crystal to Tsingyu, who was not far away, and said, "You come. Try to fuse with it." Tsingyu was taken aback, wondering if he heard wrongly or not. "Master Yi, stop joking around. I, Tsing, you still have self-awareness. Yi Yuan said, I asked you to fuse, just fuse with it. What's with all the C-R-A-P? I reckon that you probably can't fuse with it. Everyone come and try, see if anyone can succeed. Bai Tsueshan said, Yi Yuan, you aren't kidding, right? This is progenitor imperishable's origin. Civ lucky chance you don't want it? Yi Yuan said lightly, I have my own Tao. I don't want this origin. I, Yi Yuan, won't walk other people's path. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If it was an ordinary hegemon's origin, then forget it. But this was hegemon imperishable's origin. Chapter 2948. Inflated. Chapter 2948. Inflated. I can't. Tsing Yu looked at Yi Yuan and laughed bitterly. He tried for half a day and ultimately still failed to fuse with it. Following that, a few more people tried it, but it still did not work. Clearly, fusing with origin this sort of thing was not easy. I'll try it. Bai Tsueshan came forward on his own accord. And body could resist the allure of origin. Bai Tsueshan could not resist as well. Seeing that so many people failed, he was somewhat eager for action. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Brother Bai, do you trust me or not? Bai Tsueshan grinned and said, Without you, Yi Yuan, there wouldn't be me, Bai Tsueshan, today. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you trust me, don't fuse with the origin. Bai Tsueshan was taken aback and said, Why? Yi Yuan said, Origin is a sharp weapon and also a shackle. You've already obtained progenitor imperishable's inheritance. There's no need to fuse with his origin anymore. As long as you follow this path, your future accomplishments will definitely be above the person who fuses with the origin. In fact, even right now, he might not be your match too. Yi Yuan had fused with an origin too, but hegemon imperishable's origin was different from the Chaos Bloodstone's origin. That wisp of blood origin was not tainted with the slightest secular aura. It was completely born from chaos. Extremely pure. Yi Yuan did not have any side effects when fusing with the Tao sword. But hegemon imperishable's origin carried a thick personal brand. That was the Tao of hegemon imperishable. Fusing with this trace of origin, one's strength might soar rapidly in the beginning. But when time said it would be very hard to carve out your own path. When one reached origin realm and wanted to step into the realm of hegemon, it would be even more difficult. Yi Yuan's impression of Bai Tsueshan was pretty good. Although this person liked to posture, his thoughts were simple without distracting thought. During the first round previously, he even came to remind him to leave. Then later on, Bai Tsueshan was also the person who comprehended the 7 Daos the deepest among these people. His current strength already far surpa. As said W. Ang Qian. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided not to give the origin to him. Bai Tsueshan thought about it and said, All right, I won't fuse with it. If any of you want to fuse, take it. Everyone looked at Bai Tsueshan with disbelieving faces. This guy was insane, right? One sentence from Yi Yuan and he gave the origin that was about to come to his hands to others? Even if it was very difficult to step into hegemon realm in the future, even if one reached Emperor Sakra Heaven, just this step of stepping into origin from Emperor Sakra Heaven already stumped countless geniuses. Most people were still just Emperor Cloud Heaven. D knows how long Emperor Sakra Heaven would take. He did not want this civ lucky chance. Although Yi Yuan had received Yi Yuan's favor, they still felt that Bai Tsueshan was a dumb person flushed with money and was hoodwinked by Yi Yuan. Many people started whispering to each other. When Ang Qian saw this scene, he sneered coldly. Hegemon imperishable and everyone all descended from the same lineage. They were pseudo-imperishable physique. Why would hegemon imperishable's origin cause a hindrance when stepping into hegemon realm? Moreover, There was only Hegemon Imperishable alone who stepped into Hegemon realm with the pseudo-imperishable physique. No matter how strong the others were, they were unable to break through the shackle of Hegemon realm too. This origin could be said to be the only hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. Obstruction? Idiot. Very soon, many more people tried to integrate it, but all of them failed without exception. Fusing with Origin had an extremely high requirement on talent. It was not that you could fuse with it when the Origin was placed in front of you. Shall I try it? G. Qian finally could not resist stepping forward. The moment he stepped forward, a wave of ridicules immediately came over. G. Qian, do you still want face or not? Others all have the qualifications to try, but what qualifications do you have? Give up. It's impossible for Master Yi to let you try. G. Qian was already invincible. He directly ignored these words and looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Give it a shot then. Either way, it's also a waste for this origin to be placed here." Ji Qian wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with a slap. "You're too freaking good at posturing. It turned out that your father was a rag-and-bone man?" The others also looked toward Yi Yuan in shock, wondering whether or not Yi Yuan became stupid from cultivation. Actually, Yi Yuan had his own considerations too. If no one here could fuse with it, then he could only fuse with it himself. With his mist physique, there was naturally no difficulty with fusing with it. But he was not willing. If he went out, Cloud Neon, that woman would definitely force him to fuse with it. Therefore, it was best if he could find someone to fuse with it among these people. Ji Qian received the crystal, his mood extremely agitated. He was someone that progenitor found promising. He had confidence in fusing with the origin. As long as he fused the origin, he would regain all the face that he had lost. Taking a deep breath, Ji Qian started fusing with the origin. His soul body gradually transformed into a S of misty air, attempting to penetrate into the origin. Concerning his fusion, everything seemed to be going well. The origin crystal actually started to melt. Ji Qian was wildly elated in his heart, forcefully suppressing the agitated in his heart and continuing to integrate it. Little by little, bit by bit. Finally, he felt an additional powerful to the extreme power in his soul body. Originally, the areas that he was confused about on the journey of Tao suddenly became enlightened at this time. Boom. Ji Qian's soul force rose rapidly and actually directly entered Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Everyone was dumbfounded. Actually really fused with it. No wonder Great Emperor Shan Yang was so optimistic about him. It turns out that his soul physique is really the closest to progenitor imperishable. Sigh, what's Master Yi thinking? Such a large piece, he gave it away with both hands. Everyone around him either exclaimed, felt regretful, or was angry from his failure to live up to expectations. But they were unable to change the fact that Ji Qian fused with the origin. Ha ha! You didn't expect it, right, Yi Yuan? Ji Qian fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. From now on, we're no longer of the same world. Ji Qian felt that he was currently powerful to the extreme. In fact, after possessing the origin, he felt that Hegemon realm was within reach too. The things that were originally vague and insubstantial, he currently felt that it was very solid. Hegemon imperishable's origin was not the average origin. This was the soul race's supreme hegemon whose strength roamed the heavens unobstructed. That kind of feeling could not be described with words at all. Yi Yuan was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect that Ji Qian really fused with it. It seemed like Wang Jiqian's pseudo-imperishable soul physique was indeed very strong and already somewhat approached the real imperishable soul physique. However, no matter how close, it was also just pseudo-imperishable physique. Everyone's expressions were ugly. They did not have any good impression of Wang Jiqian. But now, Cirque stances were stronger than people. Many people started grumbling about Yi Yuan in their hearts. Wang Jiqian felt that he was very inflated. He arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look, "Yi Yuan, didn't you say that he's stronger than me after fusing with the origin? I'll have a battle with him now. You don't have objections, right?" While talking, he pointed at Bai Tsuishan. The latter's expression changed, becoming somewhat fearful. He was originally not Wang Jiqian's match. Now the other party fused with the origin. How could he possibly be his match? Yi Yuan's boast was a little too overboard. Chapter 2949. Imperishable Inheritance's Terror. Chapter 2949. Imperishable Inheritance's Terror. Wang Jiqian, you're showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Even if you fused with the origin, do you really think that so many of us are scared of you? Bai Tsuishan was somewhat threatening in manner but inwardly shaky as he said. This guy was like a dog previously. Now, he actually jumped up again. He was somewhat unable to understand why Yi Yuan wanted to let him fuse the origin. Now, it was really somewhat difficult to dismount the tiger after climbing on it. Wang Jiqian had long forgotten what face was and said with a smile, "So what if I'm showing off my cleverness after coming off cheap? I didn't beg him to fuse with it either. This guy didn't have any good intentions either. Letting me fuse with it was just in order to humiliate me. It's just that he probably didn't expect that I, Wang Jiqian, am amazingly talented and actually really fused with it. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, the face that I lost, I'm going to claim it back now." Everyone cussed Wang Jiqian for being shameless but could not do anything to him. This guy had the appearance of a villain intoxicated by success. Just looking at him made you want to punch him. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Bai, play with him." Bai Tsuishan's face turned black and he said, "I'm not his match." Yi Yuan said, "Relax, I can still control this S.P.A.C. If he dares to harm you, I'll beat him to death." Wang Jiqian was speechless. Bai Tsuishan's eyes lit up and he said, "For real." Yi Yuan nodded his head and suddenly flipped his palm over. Boom! An enormous palm fell from the sky, directly pressing Wang Jiqian down to rub against the ground. Wang Jiqian was furious and let loose a torrent of abuse. "Yi Yuan, F***ck your grandma. Arg, I won't let you off." Bai Tsuishan was overjoyed when he saw the situation. How satisfying! They thought that after Wang Jiqian fused with the origin, he should be able to dominate this SPAC. Who knew that Yi Yuan was still the master? "Okay. I'll compete with him," Bai Tsuishan said very readily. The giant palm vanished. Wang Jiqian was in a thunderous rage, both eyes blood-red as he said, "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you." Bang! He was pressed and drubbed again. "I urge you to calm down. In this place, I can trample you at will," Yi Yuan said coolly. Wang Jiqian became quiet. Facing Bai Tsuishan, Wang Jiqian's fury was already surging to the sky. He and Bai Tsuishan had enmity too. Previously, in the Fire Sea, Bai Tsuishan suddenly smacked him flying. It even almost killed him. Being helpless against Yi Yuan, he was going to vent all of his anger on Bai Tsuishan. Even if he could not kill him, he would also make him regret being born in this world. Feeling Wang Jiqian's surging fury, Bai Tsuishan was rather scared. Wang Ji Qian's awe-inspiring reputation was very strong. In their circle of pseudo-imperishable physiques, he was absolutely a big brother-level figure. His talent had once obtained progenitor imperishable's praise before. Bai Tsuishan was really scared of Ji Qian. Although he had seriously comprehended all the things in the 7 floors of the 7-colored pag. Oh duh, there was no benchmark as to how much help these things had on his strength. He knew that he had become stronger, but he felt that he was still too unskilled to face off against the Ji Qian, who fused with the origin. Moreover, Ji Qian was currently even a cultivation realm higher than him. Hohu, Bai Tsuishan, prepare to bear my wrath. Ji Qian gave a cold laugh, and a fierce wind immediately surged. Sinister wind howled, blowing until people's soul bodies hurt. When everyone saw this move, they could not help sighing slightly. Divine wind, nether kill. This move was the soul path mystic art that progenitor imperishable specially said down for the pseudo-imperishable soul physique to cultivate. Furthermore, Ji Qian also cultivated mist transforming into wind here. The power of this move became even more terrifying. Sigh, just this move is much more brilliant than us. The central soul region has always been transcendent, with progenitor imperishable personally imparting mystic arts. What can we do? Under this blow, Bai Tsuishan would be seriously injured even if he did not die. What's even more deadly is that Ji Qian hasn't even employed the power of origin. All around came a series of sighs. The moment this move came out, they had already predicted the outcome. Central Soul region might not be very powerful in other aspects, but in pseudo-imperishable soul physique this area, they were truly invincible. Ji Qian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, open your dog eyes and watch closely. Even if your father doesn't use the power of origin, killing this fool is also like taking something out of my bag. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, as if he was not worried at all. Bai Tsuishan was not an ordinary person either, but under this swift and fierce move, he could only defend. In the 5th level, the inheritance was mist transforming into earth. Under the current desperation, Bai Tsuishan unconsciously converted the misty gas into an earth-yellow color. Boom! A showdown that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The result made everyone's jaws drop. Bai Tsuishan was unmoving like a mountain. Ji Qian gave fled groan and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes went wide. What happened? Mist transforming into earth actually had such tremendous power? Bai Tsuishan himself also had a dumbfounded look. He had already been prepared to be seriously injured. Who knew that he did not feel anything? It was Ji Qian himself fell down. This guy had injured himself. Bai Tsuishan recovered his soul body and muttered, Ji Qian, why are you so weak? Ji Qian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Weak? Apart from not using origin, your father already used all of my strength. This attack of his earlier was extremely fierce, but who knew that it was like it had crashed into a steel plate? The opponent was fine, but his soul body suffered a tremendous backlash force. As a result, he injured his soul body. It's not that he's weak, but that you became strong, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Tsuishan seemingly woke up from a dream and was rather excited as he said, You're right. It's me who became strong. How did I become so strong? Ji Qian, eat my move. Buzz buzz. Without waiting for Ji Qian to respond, there was suddenly an additional bolt of lightning in Bai Tsuishan's hand, SMAs. Hi+ing over towards his opponent. Ji Qian's expression changed drastically. He felt a great threat. The power of this lightning was even stronger than Feng Rui's 5 lightning execution. The power of origin suddenly blossomed. At the same time, wild wind howled. Under the augmentation of the power of origin, this storm was more than dozens of times stronger than before. Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin was no joke. Whirlwinds scattering the clouds. By Tsueshan, you forced me. Ji Qian bellowed, pouncing toward Bai Tsueshan. Everyone's expressions changed again. The two people's battle immediately rose several levels. It was just that Ji Qian was too terrifying this time. However, in the next second everyone was stunned. Ah! Ji Qian screamed miserably. His soul body started quivering like it got electrocuted, flying out backward. Bai Tsueshan was unbelievably excited, his soul force instantly transforming into countless fire SMAs. HI plus-ing toward Ji Qian. 6 forms, each form was strong to the extreme. Furthermore, Bai Tsueshan's attacks did not have any profound technique. It was all just a superficial application of the mist form. But Ji Qian was pursued by Bai Tsueshan and brutally beaten, without the slightest strength to fight back. Miserable screams echoed. I'll also perform a whirlwind scattering the clouds. Have another sword of lightning. Watch my move. Fire dragon technique. Bai Tsueshan became more and more excited as he fought and could not stop at all. Too strong. Too satisfying. My opponent has the power of origin. But, in front of your father, he could not even let out a fart. Ha ha, satisfying. Chapter 2950. Well done, Ji Qian. Chapter 2950. Well done, Ji Qian. Ji Qian, you're too weak. Fight back. Don't you even have any strength left over to retaliate? To think that you looked like a villain intoxicated by success just now, your strength doesn't match your boasting. Amidst the loud laughter, Bai Tsueshan was devastating Ji Qian brutally. Everyone present was stunned from watching. Everything before their eyes was seriously too subverting. Ji Qian already brought out the power of origin. In the end, he was still being thrashed. Although Bai Tsueshan displayed powerful strength earlier, they thought that after Ji Qian used the power of origin, there should have at least been a BLOODY battle between both parties. Who knew that it was completely a one-sided devastation? If not for the power of origin, Ji Qian would have already died. D knows how many times now. It was not that Hegemon Imperishable's origin was not powerful. It was just that the time Ji Qian's fused was too short, and his comprehension of origin was too little. And Bai Tsueshan had long already cultivated his soul body until it was incomparably solid in this 7-colored pag. Oda. In the later 6 levels, although he was cultivating mist transforming into myriad Dao, Bai Tsueshan's soul body still obtained tremendous tempering. That was right. The mist body could be cultivated too. The stronger the misty air, the harder it was to be killed. Even if they were all pseudo-imperishable physiques, it was the same too. Bang! An earth attribute mystic art was executed, and Ji Qian was pressed to the ground and drubbed once again. Now, he was already powerless to talk anymore. Bai Tsueshan stopped and came to Yi Yuan's side as he said excitedly, "Turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique can be cultivated to such a point. I finally understand why progenitor imperishable is called Hegemon imperishable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Progenitor imperishable isn't truly imperishable, but it's that he has trained his enshrouding mist soul physique to the point where it's difficult to kill. In the future, even if you can't reach his height, you can also one-shot most hegemons." Hearing this, Bai Tsueshan was excited to the extreme. At the same time, he looked at Yi Yuan with gratitude. The reason why he had today was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now, his path of enshrouding mist had already been opened. He already had a clear direction for his cultivation direction from now on. This way, his future was truly limitless. The others looked at Bai Tsueshan, already envious until they went crazy. Only all the way until Bai Tsueshan displayed his strength did they understand where the significance of this seven-colored pag. Delay. This was the cultivation method that progenitor imperishable customized for the enshrouding mist soul physique. Furthermore, it was only under these kinds of specific conditions that one could forge a cultivation path that belonged to themselves. One could imagine, back then, progenitor imperishable definitely spent considerable effort for the sake of this cultivation method and even specifically refined a chaos heavenly treasure. Now, the 7 layers of SPACE had already disappeared, and it was impossible for them to continue cultivating anymore. Therefore, the more seriously you cultivated here previously, the greater the benefits obtained. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan and Bai Tsueshan were the greatest beneficiaries of the 7-colored pag. Bai Tsueshan was already so formidable, then how terrifying was the Yi Yuan who reached grand completion in all 7 layers of SPACE? They were already unable to imagine. At this time, everyone regretted it to the extreme. Wisconsin H.I. +ing to go back again and cultivate with Bai Tsueshan. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. On the ground, the dead dog-like Ji Qian felt like all hope was dashed to pieces. This was really too demoralizing. The 7-layered SPACE vanished. Our plan actually really succeeded. Excitement was written all over Mountain Goat's face. With the 7-layered SPACE disappearing, it meant that they had already obtained the power of origin. This was also to say that the hope of finding hegemon imperishable had greatly increased. The old woman also had an excited look as she said, "It's just that I don't know if any of them has integrated the power of origin. Or who fused with the power of origin." Mountain Goat narrowed his goat eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, progenitor imperishable said before, Ji Qian's enshrouding mist soul physique can be called half an enshrouding mist soul physique already. If there's a chance, he might be able to become the second hegemon enshrouding mist. If talking about who has the highest hope of fusing with the origin, it's none other than him." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. They really did not know that progenitor imperishable actually regarded Ji Qian so highly. Then wouldn't the rest have become accessories? Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Therefore, no matter what happened inside, even if others obtain the power of origin, it's useless too. Because they have no way of fusing with the origin." Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, this time, you've probably miscalculated. Cloud Neon's eternally unchanging face was still like an ancient well without ripples. However, she was also very surprised by progenitor imperishable's evaluation. She believed in her eyesight. But, no matter how sharp her vision, it could not compare to progenitor imperishable too. Could it be that this time, she really made an error of judgment? Suddenly, the old woman shouted, "They came out!" A group of figures flew out of the 7-colored pag. Ji Qian, who fused with the origin, was still unable to control it freely. He appeared extremely conspicuous in this dense crowd of over 100 people. The few great emperors saw him at a glance. Mountain Goat's face revealed wild elations. Progenitor imperishable's origin was indeed still obtained by his own people. Ha ha! Well done, Wangzhua. This seat knew that you wouldn't let me down. Mountain Goat went up to welcome with a loud laugh. While talking, He even looked toward the other few great emperors with a smug look. That meaning was very clear. Thanks for giving way. Cloudneon's brows furrowed slightly, and she could not help sighing slightly in her heart. Sure enough, did she still make an error of judgment? All right, this human was harboring evil intentions. Better kill him. It was just that upon going closer to take a look, everyone's condition was very different. The W.A.N. Ji Qian who obtained the origin was slouching his head, looking listless and lethargic, while on the other side, Bai Tsuishan was valiant and spirited, like a proud rooster. Seeing this scene, Mountain Goat was slightly stunned. What was going on? Wan Ji Qian arrived in front of Mountain Goat and said listlessly, "Lord Shan Yang." Shan Yang's brows furrowed, and he said, "You obtained the origin, what's with the long face?" The moment Wan Ji Qian heard, he felt even more bitter. "Can't get happy. You treated the origin like a treasure, but people cast it aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. I only picked it up because people did not want it. Even if it was picked up, it was originally a happy thing too. But the events that happened after that seriously made him unable to cheer up. Too demoralizing." Wan Ji Qian smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Shanyang, this origin wasn't obtained by me." The moment Shanyang heard, he immediately understood and said smugly, "It turns out that it's because of this. Hoo-hoo, so what even if it wasn't obtained by you? This origin is fused with you. That's your ability. No matter how formidable the rest are, they couldn't fuse with the origin. That's also rotten mud that can't hold up a wall, too weak to stand up to compet." 1 Tian. The more Shan Yang talked, the more Wan Ji Qian wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Next to them, there were already quite a few pseudo-imperishable physiques who laughed out loud. Shan Yang's brows furrowed even harder, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's so funny? Could it be that this seat is wrong?" The others did not dare to speak, but Bai Tsuishan laughed and said, "Lord Shanyang, what you said is really not correct. This origin was obtained by Yi Yuan. It's not that he couldn't fuse with the origin, but that he didn't care at all. Not only does he not care, he even made me disregard it too. Otherwise, no matter whose turn it is, it also won't be Wan Ji Qian, this loser's turn to fuse with it. Ha ha ha." Chapter 2951. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Chapter 2951. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Loser? He simply did not dare to believe his own ears. A genius who could fuse with a supreme hegemon's origin was actually called a loser by someone. Did the world already become so crazy? Brad who's surnamed by, don't think that with your family's ancestor protecting, you can engage in wild talk in front of this seat. Do you really think that origin is so easy to fuse? This seat thinks that it's clearly you guys who couldn't fuse the origin, calling the grapes sour because you can't eat them, right? Mountain Goat looked at Bai Tsuishan and said with a cold laugh, "Ha ha ha." Mountain Goat did not expect that the moment the words came out of his mouth, it immediately incurred hooting waves of laughter. The pseudo-imperishable physiques that entered the seven-colored pag. Oh, they all laughed. Although Mountain Goat was a great emperor whose reputation shook the imperishable soul domain, he felt somewhat ashamed and angry at this time too. I was actually being laughed at by a bunch of pseudo-imperishable physique trash? You trash have been laughing all the way from just now. Laugh my *SS. All shut up for this seat. Mountain Goat said in fury. The moment an origin powerhouse was enraged, everyone shut their mouths one after another and did not dare to laugh anymore. However, Mountain Goat also finally realized that the matter seemed to be different from what he imagined. Wan Ji Qian, you say, what on earth happened inside the seven-colored pag? Oh duh. Mountain Goat said in a solemn voice. Lord Shanyang, Wan Ji Qian stammered. Hu Lord Shanyang, although W.A.N. Ji Qian is already very shameless, he's probably still ashamed to talk about the events inside the seven-colored pag. Oh, duh. Why don't I tell you? Bai Tsuishan said with a laugh. Seeing that W.A.N. Ji Qian still had a stammering appearance, Mountain Goat gave a cold snort, which was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. The few great emperors were long already full of suspicion and could not help perking their ears up to listen attentively. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. Even if they had vast experience and knowledge, they also did not think that such terrifying things actually happened inside the seven-colored pag. Oda. And the initiator of evil for all these was Yi Yuan. Including Cloud Neon, their gazes when looking toward Yi Yuan were like looking at a monster. They thought that the seven-colored pag. This time, the most optimistic estimation would only be one person who could come out. But who would have expected that more than 100 people actually came out? Furthermore, these over 100 people all made great progress in strength. The likes of Bai Tsuishan even thrashed the W.A.N. Ji Qian, who fused with the origin. Loser! Mountain Goat was angered until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. W.A.N. Ji Qian was really an out-and-out loser. Fused with origin, and he was actually still being trampled by people. His central soul region's face had been utterly lost. Senior apprentice Sister Mu, you said that Yi Yuan is a joke? Senior apprentice Brother Ming Jian, you said that Yi Yuan was rotten mud that can't even hold a wall up? Brother Shan Yen, you were showing off in front of me about how impressive W.A.N. Ji Qian is? Suddenly, the Cloud Neon, who had been icy cold all along, opened her mouth. The 3 people's faces immediately felt a fiery heat. This 1 month plus, they had scolded Yi Yuan plenty. Cloud Neon did not make a sound the entire time. Who knew that she endured for more than a month, but now, she finally launched an attack. It was not that she did not care. It was just giving you a fatal blow at the critical moment. What a resounding slap. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded from listening. Sure enough, women could not be provoked. Furthermore, this woman was well versed in the Tao of posturing. Let you guys jump around first. After you guys finish posturing, I'll posture. Furthermore, it was a one-hit certain kill. Yi Yuan was currently marveling but saw Cloud Neon's gaze look toward him as she said coolly, since W.A.N. Ji Qian has already fused with the origin, then you're useless. You can go and die already. Cloud Neon's words were devoid of any emotion. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt a piercing cold killing intent. He was virtually going to asphyxiate. This woman was not kidding. She had doubts about his motives and was really going to silence him to prevent divulgence of secrets. That meaning was that you had no more value to exploit. You can go and die already. Even if Yi Yuan was currently extremely strong, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of Cloud Neon either. This woman was too strong. Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. This woman fell out at the drop of a hat. It really caught him off guard. Of course, Yi Yuan also knew that his actions had angered Cloud Neon. I asked you to go and integrate with the origin, but you're good, directly throwing the origin to someone else. This imperishable origin held extraordinary significance to the 5 great regions. Whoever fused with the origin was equivalent to being progenitor imperishable's direct lineage disciple. After Hegemon Imperishable returned, that region's status would not be the same anymore. Well done, I regarded you so highly. You sold me with a flip of your hand. If I don't kill you, won't I let you down? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Hold on. Although W.A.N. Ji Qian fused with the origin, he might not be able to find progenitor imperishable. Maybe I can help you guys. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great origin powerhouses changed. The pseudo-imperishable physiques present were in an uproar. Find progenitor imperishable? What's going on? Did something happen to progenitor imperishable? Ah. No wonder they sealed the 7-colored pag. Oh duh. It turns out that it's because of this. Yi Yuan and W. A. N. Ji Qian both had a tacit agreement to not say the truth. At this time, Yi Yuan blurted it out under desperation. Everyone exploded at once. Something happened to progenitor imperishable. This was an earth-shattering major thing. When progenitor imperishable was around, the imperishable soul domain was around. If progenitor imperishable died, the imperishable soul domain would perish. Plus this was what everyone knew. Mountain Goat said angrily, Yi Yuan, you're courting death. The origin has already been integrated by W. A. N. Ji Qian. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Since junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon wants to kill you, you go to H. E. L. Then. The 5 great powerhouses were all in a thunderous rage at this time, Wisconsin H. I. Plusing to kill Yi Yuan off for good. Mountain Goat even directly cleaved a palm knife over without giving a chance to explain. He had long found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye. At this time, he naturally had to strike first to gain the advantage. Although Mountain Goat casually struck, it was a cataclysmic crisis to Yi Yuan. It was like he was hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. An origin power was too strong. Boom. Mountain Goat's expression changed. His sneak attack was actually terminated by Cloud Neon without extra trouble. Let him speak, Cloud Neon said lightly, not giving Mountain Goat face at all. Although it was a soul body, Yi Yuan still felt cold sweat run down his back. He drew a deep breath and said, finding progenitor imperishable through this trace of origin, that's just your speculation. You guys also can't guarantee that W. A. N. Ji Qian can find progenitor imperishable, right? But I can. Mountain Goat was somewhat angry from Embark's sment and said with a cold smile, even progenitor's origin can't find him. What right do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, based on that I'm of the real imperishable soul physique. Mountain Goat laughed loudly and said, what a joke! The 33 heavens have already existed for G.O. D knows how many years. It has also only produced progenitor imperishable, one enshrouding mist soul physique. You dare to boast shamelessly. Do you really take us, these great emperors, to all be fools? The old woman also sneered and said, in these countless years, no idea how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques have appeared before, all saying that they are of the enshrouding mist soul physique. But they were all not. What right do you have to say that you are? Yi Yuan looked toward Mountain Goat like he was saying, yes, you look just like a fool. Without waiting for Mountain Goat to fly off the handle, Yi Yuan said, before entering the 7-colored pag. Oh. I didn't dare confirm that I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique too. But now I'm incomparably sure. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Chapter 2952. Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Chapter 2952. Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Soul physique. All talk but no promises. You're saying that you're the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Don't you find it ridiculous? Mountain Goat said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, if you say that there's a real enshrouding mist soul physique, then it can only be me too. Because it's me who fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. You being able to pass the levels only means that your comprehension ability is high, that's all. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? W. A. N. Ji Qian saw that his chance had come and could not resist coming forward to trample Yi Yuan again. Imperishable soul physique, this sort of thing, only progenitor imperishable could prove it. The others, whoever said it did not count either, and it could not prove it too. Therefore, now was the best time to kill Yi Yuan. You were disdainful to fuse with the origin. Now you're finally getting your just desserts, right? Ji Qian felt incomparably delighted in his heart. The old woman, senior apprentice Sister Mu, also said, "What Ji Qian said is right. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique?" Cloud Neon did not speak. Her icy cold expression was considered to have tacitly acknowledged these people's words. Want to not die, prove yourself. Yi Yuan knew that his most dangerous time had already passed. Cloud Neon, this woman, still valued him greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated each stage to the realm of grand completion inside the seven-colored pag. Oh, duh. Furthermore, only he could comprehend the inheritance that progenitor imperishable left behind. I feel that he is indeed very likely to be of the imperishable soul physique. At this time, Bai Tsueshan suddenly stepped forward to speak. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Not enough, Cloud Neon still said icily. Hearing this, Ji Qian was wildly elated in his heart, although he did not know why Cloud Neon suddenly changed her attitude. But, as long as Yi Yuan died, it was enough. As for proving whether Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, this was simply impossible. Yi Yuan, unless you can find progenitor imperishable. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt today. Ji Qian said with a smug look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Suddenly, he released his aura. A powerful to the extreme soul force billowed straight for the clouds. Above the void, an enormous stone door appeared. On the stone door, there were still seals with the word myriad on them. This action immediately attracted a wave of exclamations. This is the door of eternal life. Master Yi is really incredible. He summoned it so easily? Does Master Yi want to use Emperor Realm to prove himself? I also feel that Master Yi is very likely to be the real imperishable soul physique. The stone door that appeared above Yi Yuan's head was called the Door of Eternal Life. As long as one could summon the Door of Eternal Life, one would be considered to have stepped into the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. The cultivation of half-step Emperor Realm was in order to summon this Door of Eternal Life. To others, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But, the moment Yi Yuan's soul force was lightly released, it was summoned. The cultivation after Emperor Realm was closely related to the Door of Eternal Life. 3 myriad word seals were Emperor Realm's 3 firmaments. 3 seals, 3 shackles. Wanting to step into the realm of hegemon, one needed to use the power of origin to break the 3rd seal, knock open the door of eternal life, thus transcending samsara and live forever. Hegemon realm powerhouses were not restricted by hegemon realm and would not experience Tao tribulation. As long as they were not killed, they could live forever. It was just that time flew past. Hegemon powerhouses had also experienced many blood transfusions. People who could truly live forever did not exist. Arriving at the soul race, Yi Yuan experienced the Nirvana Soul Hall's Hall Entrance test and also entered the 7-colored pag. To gain enlightenment on Tao. He finally comprehended the Divine Emergence's 3rd level. His thick ACCU mulations erupted. Summoning the Door of Eternal Life was like taking something out of his bag. Door of Eternal Life. This guy is actually going to break through to Emperor Realm at this time? It's just that breaking through to Emperor Realm and he'll be able to prove that he's of the imperishable soul physique? What a joke. Ji Qian could not help laughing as he said. Mountain Goat similarly sneered and said, "Too naive. Does he think that by breaking through to Emperor Realm here, he won't need to die anymore?" Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, now that progenitor imperishable's origin has already been fused, our top priority is going to find ancestor. It can't be delayed. Could it be that you plan on wasting time here and delay things? The old woman also nodded and said, "Finding progenitor is the top priority. Cloud Neon, if you have time, play with him here. We're leaving." Cloud Neon's expression still remained unchanged. She just said coolly, "Have you all forgotten Progenitor Imperishable's legend?" "Legend? What legend?" G. Qian said with a baffled look. However, the other four trembled all over. They had really forgotten about it. This legend was already too far back. Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "You're saying that he can do it? This is impossible." The old woman also said, "What a joke. That's just a legend. Even Progenitor Imperishable has never personally admitted it before." Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said coolly, "Who the hell do you think you are? Does Progenitor Imperishable need to explain anything to you?" "You." The old woman was angered by this sentence until she wanted to vomit blood. Great Emperor Mingjian said, "But this matter is a highly guarded secret. Even with our status, we've only heard of it too. How did this boy know about it?" Cloud Neon said, "It doesn't matter. What's important is, can he do it or not?" The four people's expressions turned somber, and they stopped talking. Ji Qian had a look of confusion as he said, "Ancestors, what on earth are you all talking about? Could it be that breaking through to Emperor Realm can still set off any waves?" Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "Legends has it that a long time ago, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had not given birth to a supreme hegemon yet. The Nirvanic Soul Clan at that time was completely enslaved by the Chi Soul Clan. It was just a branch of the Chi Soul Clan, that's all. All the way until the appearance of Progenitor Imperishable. When Progenitor Imperishable corroborated his Tao as Emperor Realm, he comprehended the enshrouding mist origin, and he is also the only existence who comprehended origin in Emperor Cloud Heaven Realm in our soul race over countless years. Hence, that's why he could lead our Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise and stand up to the Chi Soul Clan as equals. If this kid can really comprehend enshrouding mist origin when breaking through to enshrouding mist soul physique, then he'll definitely be of the imperishable soul physique without a doubt, because in these countless years, only Progenitor Imperishable alone had done it." Mountain Goat's words made the pseudo-imperishable physiques completely explode. Only then did they know it turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique actually still had such a saying. No wonder the pseudo-imperishable physique's status in the Nirvanic Soul Clan was extremely low. Turns out that these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were really just pseudo-imperishable physiques, that was all. But Yi Yuan? This is simply impossible. When Ji Qian heard, he said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Hegemon Imperishable was the one and only through the ages. What capability did Yi Yuan have? To follow in Progenitor Imperishable's footsteps? Senior Apprentice Sister Mu laughed coldly and said, "Cloud Neon, you're completely wasting time. Every minute that we're late, Progenitor Imperishable might be in greater danger. I'm very suspicious of your motives now. Shanyang, this seat feels that you should immediately go and invite Lord Yu Tian now to clean up the household." Her words were already completely targeting Cloud Neon. Originally, the 5 great regions had continuous conflict. For the sake of saving Progenitor Imperishable, that was how they came together. Shan Yang's brows furrowed, and he said with a nod, "Junior Apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, the present situation indeed brooks no delay. If you insist on playing with this brat, then this seat can only offend you." When Cloud Neon heard, she just said coolly, "As you Wisconsin H. Plus." Chapter 2953. Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Chapter 2953. Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Impervious to reason. Cloud Neon, this woman, clearly had a strong character. She would not care about other people's opinions at all. Mountain Goat felt somewhat of a loss in face. He snorted coldly, a burst of soul force tearing across the air. Cloudmount's gaze remained on Yi Yuan's body from start to end, not caring about mountain goat's action at all. A moment later, the void trembled, and a figure stepped out of the air. This was the Central Soul region's present leader, Hegemon Yu Tian. Paying respects to Lord Yu Tian, Mountain Goat and the rest gave a bow towards Hegemon Yu Tian, but Cloud Neon was aloof and indifferent. A hint of displeasure flashed across in Hegemon Yu Tian's heart, and he said in a solemn voice, "Since W.A.N. Ji Qian has already fused with progenitor's origin, then what are you still waiting for? A child is messing around, and you guys are messing around with him too?" He looked toward the Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, full of disdain. Emperor Realm comprehending origin. He had attempted it before back then too. In the end, it ended in failure. It was far too difficult. Since time immemorial, there was only imperishable alone. What he comprehended was naturally not the enshrouding mist origin. The difficulty was far from as high as the enshrouding mist origin, but he still felt that it was as hard as ascending to heaven. In reality, it was far from just him alone who attempted to comprehend origin at Emperor Realm. But they all ended in failure. Now, you're telling me that you can comprehend origin? What a joke. While talking, Hegemon Yu Tian already released his soul force domineeringly, intending to kill Yi Yuan. "If you dare to make a move, I'll break through to Hegemon right now and fight it out to the death with you." Cloud Neon said it very lightly, as if she was chatting. But Hegemon Yu Tian's soul force could not help stagnating. "If you guys want to leave, bring W.A.N. Ji Qian and hurry up and go. If Yi Yuan doesn't comprehend origin, I'll naturally kill him. There's no need for others to do it on my behalf. Of course, if you all feel that there's any issue, I'll accompany you to the end too." Cloud Neon said it in a soft voice, sounding very pleasant. But the words revealed a majesty that brooked no questioning. Hegemon Realm, to others that was a peak that was far beyond reach in their lifetime. But in Cloud Neon's eyes, it was like 100-foot-tall small earth mound. "If I wanted to climb it, then I'll climb." Hegemon Yu Tian was Central Soul Region's peak Hegemon. But at this time, he hesitated. Otherwise, even if it was Mountain Goat, no one knew Cloud Neon's strength either. But he knew. Once Cloud Neon really risked it all, a sanguinary slaughter would probably be set off in the imperishable soul domain. A threat. A blatant threat. Would I, an exalted Hegemon, be threatened by you, an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Since Martial Niece Cloud Neon is so confident, what's the harm in watching? Hegemon Yu Tian suddenly smiled and said. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Please, you're a Hegemon. Do you still want face or not? Boom. Just as everyone was shocked, the door of eternal life suddenly emitted a profound and inscrutable power. This power might not be too great, but it was sufficient to make the expressions of Hegemon realm powerhouses change. Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, suddenly opened both eyes. That secret that came from inside the door of eternal life, as if it could pry into the world, was currently being grasped by him. Is this the door of eternal life? Seems like all of my secrets are so laughable in front of it. Just where does this door lead to? Yi Yuan thought in his heart. In reality, when he was in the seven-colored pag, he already vaguely felt something. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just taking advantage of the opportunity to him. Yi Yuan's ACCU mulations in the second level of Deity Realm were sufficient to let him break through to Emperor Realm. But the inheritance that Hegemon Imperishable left behind had indeed opened another window for him, letting him enjoy a new scenery. At this time, that aura of origin completely wrapped Yi Yuan up. Everyone happened naturally without extra effort. But, in other people's view, it was an earth-shattering scene. Origin. That's really origin. Emperor Realm comprehending origin. He's really of the imperishable soul physique. No wonder he's disdainful to fuse with progenitor imperishable's origin. Turns out that he had a well-thought-out plan. With his own origin, why does he need to fuse with other people's origin? True. Apart from the real imperishable seven-colored pag. Oh who else can clear the stages so easily inside the seven-colored pag? Oh Following the descending of origin, the pseudo-imperishable physique's presence stared dumbfoundedly. Hegemon Yu-Tian's eyes almost popped out. This? How is this possible? He's actually of the true imperishable soul physique. Yu-Tian sucked in a cold breath and said, Ji Qian's face burned red hot. He was slapped again. It was just that this time it was more shocking than any other time before. Even if Yi Yuan beat him black and blue, he also never thought that Yi Yuan was of the true imperishable soul physique. But now it was not up to him to not believe anymore. One and only through the ages. In these countless years, only Hegemon Imperishable alone had once done it. Now it was accomplished by Yi Yuan. The senior apprentice Sister Mu, Ming Jian, and Mountain Goat, who were jumping around endlessly just now, all stopped talking now. Yi Yuan grasping origin, it was already conclusive beyond all doubt. A hint of surprise flashed across in Cloud Neon's beautiful eyes. She was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Therefore, even if she was not sure of Yi Yuan's objective, she let him enter the seven-colored pag. Oh, too. Even if it was before, when Yi Yuan said that he could grasp origin, she only held 1/10,000th hope too. Who knew that this 1/10,000th hope actually came true? The door of eternal life gradually exited. Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed and already reached the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. He looked towards Cloud Neon and said coolly, Now, it can prove that I'm of the imperishable soul physique, right? Cloud Neon was silent. Since ancient times, the soul race only had these two imperishable soul physique. She believed that there should be some connection between these two great imperishable soul physique. But she was somewhat afraid now. She was afraid of Yi Yuan breaking away from her control. This person was clearly very dangerous. Was letting him go and find progenitor really a wise choice? What on earth was this boy's goal? Everyone's gazes turned toward Cloud Neon. While Yu-Tian, this Hegemon realm powerhouse, was directly ignored. Clearly, the one who decided Yi Yuan's life and death was not Hegemon Yu-Tian, but it was Cloud Neon. The matter brooks no delay. Come on. After being silent for a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly said. Mountain Goat, the old woman, Ming Jian, these people all shut their mouths now. They followed Cloud Neon quietly, leaving the central soul region. Nothing left to say. Previously, they could use not being able to fuse with the origin to shoot Yi Yuan down. But now what could they say? This was the true enshrouding mist soul physique, an existence like progenitor imperishable, the second one through the ages. Yi Yuan clearly had a great say in this matter of finding progenitor imperishable. Yi Yuan did not say much either, following the few powerhouses and leaving. Along the way, one powerhouse after another gathered. Each person that arrived, their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan carried incredulity. The party went out of the imperishable soul domain and arrived above the sea. Above the sea, an enormous stone door appeared in front of everyone. This is the Abyss Gate. The last place that progenitor imperishable appeared was here. Previously, we've already sent many people into the Abyss Gate, but not a single one returned. The two of you try to feel it. See if you can feel progenitor's aura or not, Cloud Neon said. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil, felt it. Progenitor imperishable did indeed enter through the Abyss Gate. Ji Qian's mind stirred and he said. Hegemon Yu-Tian said, Then it's correct. The two of you lead the way. We'll enter the Abyss Gate together. There are many powerful existences in the Abyss Gate. Some of them, even Hegemon realms, are very fearful of them. Everyone be careful. At this time, A large group of Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses already gathered in front of the Abyss Gate. Just the Origin realms were as many as 30 to 40. Hegemon realms even already reached 10. In order to save Hegemon Imperishable, the Nirvanic Soul Clan already transferred close to 1/10 of their strength. Under the prerequisite that the Soul Race and Blood Race were at war, this was already the greatest transfer of forces. Another Hegemon said, "This matter brooks no delay, let's go in. With my estimations, Hegemon Imperishable should be in the abyss, being tied down by some powerful existence." Everyone nodded, expressing agreement. Hegemon Yu Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "After messing around for so long, your origin looks nice but is useless, it's not even as good as G Qian." Yi Yuan had a calm look and did not refute. Abyss Gate, it was a spatial crack between nihility exceeding balance heaven and another heaven. Inside, there were countless powerful evil things, some could even threaten hegemons. One could say that this was a death zone. Yi Yuan, what do you have to say? Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing to say." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "If you don't say, I'll kill you." Yi Yuan was helpless. This woman indeed would never talk sense with you. All right, I can indeed feel that there's the aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique here. But I feel that this is a trap. Hegemon Imperishable isn't in the Abyss Rift at all. He headed in that direction. Yi Yuan pointed in another direction and said. Cloud Neon frowned and said, "Why do you say that?" Yi Yuan said, "There's some remnant enshrouding mist origin aura there, but it's extremely weak. Without carefully sensing it, it can't be discovered at all." The moment he said it, G Qian immediately snickered and said, "Your meaning is that the origin that you comprehended is higher level than progenitor imperishable. I can't discover it. Only you can discover it. Is that it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Whether or not it's higher level than progenitor imperishable, I don't know, but it's definitely higher level than you." G Qian's face turned black, instantly feeling like he got slapped. He did not know whether or not it was high level, but having entered Emperor Realm and comprehended origin, Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as Cruz. Plus-ing an ant to death. Yu Tian also said, "Your meaning is that someone deliberately covered up progenitor's aura, then lured us into the Abyss Gate?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right." Yu Tian snickered and said, "That's right my *SS. What you're saying is simply pulling down your pants to fart. Superfluous. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the only one in the world. Regarding this point, forget about nihility exceeding balance heaven. Even the other heavens know it too. Before this, who could have thought that we could find this place? Could it be that that person can foretell the future?" Another hegemon nodded and said, "I also feel that Brother Yu Tian's words make sense. You say that there's the remnant aura of the enshrouding mist origin over there. Do you have a way to prove it?" Yi Yuan ignored him and shrugged at Cloud Neon as he said, "I already said that there's nothing to say, yet you insisted on making me say." Cloud Neon said, "You have no way of proving?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The aura is very weak. I almost overlooked it just now too. Even if we want to track, it's very difficult too. Very clearly, the other party is very careful." Yu Tian's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "In my view, the one with ulterior motives should be you. You, this boy, have unknown origins. Who knows what the hell you're planning in your heart? You want to make us fail to find Hegemon Imperishable, so as to let the Blood Race and Chi Soul Clan prevail, right?" Yi Yuan was dumbfounded by listening. This old man had such rich imagination. These hegemons were not fools. In reality, they had long seen through some inklings from Cloud Neon's attitude towards him. It was merely because he comprehended origin that they did not kill him. G Qian was indeed very unreliable when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was also due to Cloud Neon protecting him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, all right. Just take it as I didn't say anything. Everyone enters the Abyss Gate together. However, if we encounter any danger inside, don't blame me for not warning you guys. Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, we'll be in danger if we trust you. Come on. The party entered the Abyss Gate. Inside, it was pitch-black darkness with countless evil things. Furthermore, their strength was extremely powerful. However, with 10 great hegemons blazing the trail, there naturally would not be any problem. Along the way, Ji Qian sensed hegemon Imperishable's power of origin and led the way for everyone. Half a month later, everyone arrived before a dark fog. Ahead lies the Sea of Evil. There are many hegemon-level evil things inside the Sea of Evil. East Seoul Region's leader, Hegemon Jining said. Yu Tian said, already at this step, we have no path of retreat either. Moreover, if it isn't an extremely dangerous place, Progenitor Imperishable wouldn't have been caught deep inside too. In the Sea of Evil, that evil dragon's strength doesn't lose to Progenitor Imperishable. Everyone nodded one after another. How could ordinary means trap Hegemon Imperishable, this level of existence? However, Yu Tian was not a reckless person either. He naturally knew propriety. He said to Ji Qian, Ji Qian, sense carefully outside the Sea of Evil. There mustn't be any mistakes. This place isn't an ordinary place. A single misstep and even the likes of us will be trapped inside too. Ji Qian had a serious look too, feeling tremendous pressure. He was a clever man and naturally knew the degree of seriousness. Hence, he started to spread his senses carefully. Cloud Neon said, Yi Yuan, you go too. Yi Yuan said, there's no need. Progenitor Imperishable has indeed come here before. He entered the Sea of Evil from that place. Cloud Neon frowned and said, you're sure? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'm of the same root as Progenitor Imperishable. I can easily feel the enshrouding mist Origin's aura. It's that place. There's no mistake. But Yu Tian smiled coldly and said, no matter if you are of the same root, it can't compare to the Origin from Progenitor himself either, right? Kid, if you let this seat discover that you're spurting nonsense, this seat will kill you right now. 2 hours later, Ji Qian came back. Ancestors, I carefully investigated the Sea of Evil's entrance 3 times and confirmed that Progenitor Imperishable entered from there. The direction that Ji Qian pointed in was exactly the same as Yi Yuan said. With this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Yuan's perception ability was so much stronger than Ji Qian? This was also too sensitive. Ji Qian expended a Herculean effort before finding the place. Yi Yuan discerned it with just a glance. The group of hegemons looked toward Yi Yuan one after another. Ji Qian had a blank look. The entrance was investigated by me. What are you guys looking at Yi Yuan for? However, many hegemons were already somewhat having their thoughts stirring. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said outside the Abyss Gate was true? If it was true, this would be a trap. Then these people, would really somewhat be in danger. What do you think, Brother Yu Tian? Jining said. Yu Tian was silent and shook his head and said, no matter what, Progenitor has indeed entered the Sea of Evil, no? Chapter 2955. Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Chapter 2955. Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Ancestors, actually, this disciple even discovered this at the entrance area. Ji Qian took out a very, very small white crystal. When Yu Tian and the rest saw it, their pupils could not help constricting. Spatial Origin Crystal Fragment. Yu Tian exclaimed. Progenitor Imperishable must have entered the Sea of Evil. There's no mistake. W.A.N. Ji-ning also nodded and said, Progenitor has already searched for this thing for several tens of thousands of years. Didn't expect that it would actually appear in the Abyss Rift. This also becomes understandable. Progenitor imperishable won't easily brave dangers. No need to hesitate anymore, enter. The others responded one after another, already very certain that Progenitor imperishable entered the Sea of Evil. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. The more this was the case, the more he smelled a hint of danger. Cloud Neon, who was by the side, also became aware of Yi Yuan's expression, her expression stirring slightly. However, she did not say anything in the end. Now, all the evidence showed that Progenitor imperishable was in the Sea of Evil. Furthermore, with their strength, even if there was really an ambush, they could retreat unscathed too. Regardless of whether it was Yu Tian or W.A.N. Ji-ning, they were all not ordinary hegemon realms. Their strength was not at all inferior to hegemon Cloudmount. There was only Progenitor imperishable, this level of powerhouse, who could threaten them. The party stopped hesitating, entering the Sea of Evil. Upon entering the Sea of Evil, Yi Yuan felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In fact, even soul force was circulating somewhat sluggishly. The turbid air here seemed to have a great suppressing effect on soul bodies. Yi Yuan felt that in this place, the soul body could only unleash 70% to 80% of its strength. Even those hegemon realms were no exception either. But, unexpectedly, after entering the Sea of Evil, the surroundings seemed to have become quiet. Along the way, they actually did not run into a single evil creature. With this, even Yu Tian, they all felt something amiss too. Something isn't right. W.A.N. Ji-chen, are you sure that there's still the aura that Progenitor imperishable left behind here? Yu Tian said with a frown. W.A.N. Ji-chen nodded his head and said, yes. After entering the Sea of Evil, Progenitor's aura became even thicker. I don't even need to sense carefully anymore. Yu Tian looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing approval with W.A.N. Ji-chen. Indeed, the enshrouding mist Origin's aura here was already very thick. It looked like this place seemed to have experienced a great battle. Otherwise, the Origin aura would not be so thick. Brother Yu Tian, this place has already entered that pincer worm's sphere of influence. But I can't feel that pincer worm's aura at all. Something isn't right here. W.A.N. Ji-ning said. But Yu Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat ugly. Could it be that this guy really hit the mark? Judging from this situation now, it was very likely. Brother Yu Tian, we wouldn't have really been schemed against, right? North Seoul Region's leader, Hegemon Wu Wen said. Yu Tian's gaze turned intent, and he spat a word out of his mouth. Retreat. But right at this time, there was a tremor in the void. One figure after another poured out from all directions. There were as many as 100 people. Each and every one of the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. Haha, Brother Yu Tian, you finally managed to make a trip to the Sea of Evil. You're going to leave without even drinking a cup of tea? The one speaking was an enormous pincer worm. Naturally, it was this region's king. Brother Yu Tian, we haven't met for many years. Why? Not saying H.E.L. Lo? Yu Tian's pupils constricted, and he said, Bloodmorn. Your blood race actually colluded with the Abyss Rift. Bloodmorn, blood race hegemon, Yu Tian's old rival. His strength was not beneath Yu Tian. Yu Tian never expected that the blood race and Abyss Rift colluded together. This was undoubtedly Ma's sieve bad news to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Bloodmorn smiled and said, The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Yu Tian, such a simple logic, there's no need for me to tell you, right? However, your old friends aren't just us. Brother Jun-E, not coming out to say H.E.L. Lo? Hearing this name, Ution and the group of Nirvanic Soul Clan hegemons all trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Hegemon Jun-E, who was wearing azure-colored long robes, slowly walked out. Ution's eyes had an additional trace of despair. Jun-E. The Chi Soul Clan and Nirvanic Soul Clan belonged to the same ancestry, no matter what. You guys actually allied with the blood race to deal with us? Ution gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. With the blood race and Abyss joining forces, although he was surprised, he was not angry. But Jun-E was the Chi Soul Clan's powerful hegemon. He actually colluded with the blood race too. This made him incredibly furious. Jun-E said coolly, same ancestry? Ution, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Your Nirvanic Soul Clan is our Chi Soul Clan's dog to begin with. In all the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one soul race, whatever Chi Soul Clan doesn't exist. Imperishable, that old thing, he should have died long ago. Ution's entire body trembled and he said worriedly, you all? What the hell did you all do to progenitor Imperishable? Jun-E smiled and said, although imperishable, this old thing is known as imperishable, with 3 great supreme hegemons joining hands, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin too. Moreover, this time, it's scheming against the unguarded. He should be having a very bad time now. He might already be dead. The Nirvanic Soul Clan members present all sucked in a cold breath. 3 great supreme hegemons joined forces. Without a doubt, these 3 great supreme hegemons were the Abyss hegemon Evil Dragon, the Blood Race's hegemon Bloodsong, as well as the Chi Soul Clan's hegemon Heavenly Soul. These 3 people actually joined forces. These 3 great hegemons joining forces, they could practically sweep across a world. Although hegemon Imperishable was strong, under the joint forces of these 3 people, his life or death was really hard to say. An atmosphere of despair spread in the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Even the hegemons suffered a huge blow to morale at this time too. Hegemon Imperishable was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's strongest person and also their totem, their spiritual leader. Now, hegemon Imperishable might be dying. Their blow could be imagined. Bloodmorn smiled and said, Brother Ution had better worry about yourself. In order to lure you all out, we paid a considerable price. However, as long as you all, these 5 great regions leaders, are dead, the nihility exceeding balance heaven will basically be finished. From now on, our blood race will share control of nihility exceeding balance heaven with the soul race. Ution glared at Jun-E and said, you all are asking a tiger for its skin. The blood race's ambitions, all the heavens know. You all are actually working with them. Jun-E smiled and said, the soul race and blood race are both chaos races, the top species in all the heavens. We are of the same kind. The Chi Soul Clan had always been high and mighty. They looked down on the Nirvanic Soul Clan, but because of hegemon Imperishable's existence, they could not do anything to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. All the way until the blood race found them, they discovered that the opportunity had arrived. Of course, the blood race naturally paid a huge price in order to join forces with the Chi Soul Clan. And the Abyss Rift were of one body and 2 faces with the soul race, natural enemies. The matters of the world mutually promoted and restrained each other. And the Abyss species was the nemesis of the soul race. In this situation, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had already reached the juncture of life and death survival. Chapter 2956. Every Word Seeking the Heart. Chapter 2956. Every Word King the Heart. From the 3 great races, 100 powerhouses were gathered all around. Just the hegemon realm powerhouses were as many as 23 people. The number was more than double that of the Nirvanic Soul Clan. The rest were all origin powerhouses. In order to completely wipe out the Nirvanic Soul Clan's core forces, the 3 great races really mobilized powerhouses this time. Sigh, I really regret not listening to young friend Ye's words. If I had listened to young friend Ye's words, the Nirvanic Soul Clan wouldn't be in this current danger. The death of the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is entirely due to this old man's muddle-headedness. Young friend Ye, this old man apologizes to you for the disrespect along the way. Our Nirvanic Soul Clan shouldn't have dragged you into the water. Yu Tian suddenly looked at Yi Yuan, his face full of regret. Only now did he know that him suspecting Yi Yuan was plussing the Nirvanic Soul Clan into the abyss with his own hands. Thinking up to here, he felt incredibly guilty. The other hegemons also had remorseful looks. Outside the abyss, Yi Yuan urged them time and again, but none of them believed him. Now they were getting there just desserts. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of harming people at all, but they projected their shortcomings onto him, harming themselves in the end. Hearing this, blood-morn three people all looked towards Yi Yuan, somewhat visibly moved. All of this had been arranged carefully to the extreme. In fact, even Hegemon Imperishable had fallen into the pit too. In the end, this important matter was actually almost ruined because of this inconspicuous Emperor Realm brat. The flawless plan was actually seen through by this kid? Bloodmorn's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The blood race had schemed for far too long for the sake of this plan. If the entire plan fell through because of this kid, then the losses would really be too great. Dealings between the three great races with complicated interests and alliances, and they even had to hide from the entire Nirvanic Soul Clan. The manpower and resources expended for this were simply unimaginable. This nihility exceeding balance heaven was different from Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. This place was the Soul Race's world. The Soul Race had three great supreme hegemons who were extremely powerful. This bone was not easy to chew. Hence, they could only put up with the second best option. It was to think of a way to join forces with the other two major factions first and then eradicate the Nirvanic Soul Clan. This D-like maneuver was actually completed by them. Now, when the results bore fruit, it actually almost failed. Luckily, Yu Tian, these guys were too stupid. If they believed Yi Yuan, then he would probably be hammered to death by Lord Bloodsun. Sorry. Cloudneon's voice entered Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan gave her a glance, somewhat surprised. This woman actually knew how to apologize. Actually, you all don't need to despair. Progenitor Imperishable won't die. After killing your way out, the Nirvanic Soul Clan is still the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly, but he laughed loudly on the surface and said, Kid, you just entered Emperor Cloud Heaven, and you dare to surmise the victory or defeat of Supreme Hegemons. Hegemon Imperishable is indeed known as imperishable and is difficult to kill, but there's no unkillable person in this world at all. Regarding this point, Yu Tian, they all definitely know better than you. Three great Supreme Hegemons joining forces, it's just a matter of time that imperishable, that old thing dies. The moment these words were said, the expressions of Yu Tian and the rest became even bleaker. They knew that what Bloodmorn said was right. Although Progenitor Imperishable was known as imperishable, he was not undying. He could be killed. A Supreme Hegemon naturally could not kill him. But three Supreme Hegemons, that was completely different. Evil Dragon, Bloodsong, Heavenly Soul, these three great Supreme Hegemons, represented the apex of three great chaos powerhouses. With them joining forces, there was no one that could not be killed. Yi Yuan gave Bloodmorn a look and said coolly, Why are you in such a hurry to come out and defend yourself? Guilty conscience? Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly again. What a formidable brat. Every word ked the heart. When did such a monster appear in the Nirvanic Soul Clan? Although you all are Hegemon realm powerhouses, body understands this enshrouding mist soul physique better than me. If it was before entering the seven-colored pag, I'll definitely say that Progenitor Imperishable will die. But, after entering, I can tell you all that those three can't kill him. The blood race's true objective is you all. If you all, these people, die here, the Nirvanic Soul Clan will really be finished. Progenitor Imperishable alone can't set off any waves. Yi Yuan said it slowly, each word like a knife, making Bloodmourn's expression change greatly. Because what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off from the blood race's plan. It was just like this plan was drawn up by him. Before this, Bloodsong had personally admitted that even if the three of them joined forces, they could not kill Hegemon Imperishable too. Hegemon Imperishable was an anomaly among Hegemons. His soul physique had already been cultivated to an incomparably terrifying realm. It could virtually be said to be undying and imperishable. Therefore, the blood race's true objective was the 5 great soul regions' leaders. The Nirvanic Soul Clan had already become extremely powerful after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Compared to the Chi Soul Clan, it was much stronger. Although Supreme Hegemons hard to come across, powerhouses below Supreme were similarly hard to come by. Not every Hegemon could reach Hegemon Cloudmount's level. But one Nirvanic Soul Clan produced 5 of such existences. It was a very difficult bone to bite on. As long as they killed on the 5 of them, the Nirvanic Soul Clan would completely fall. Bloodmourn did not expect that such an elaborate plan would actually be laid bare with a single comment from an Emperor Cloud Heaven boy. However, Yi Yuan did not finish speaking yet. He continued, "From the moment they appeared, they have been using psychological attacks on you all, making you all think that Progenitor Imperishable will die. In addition, Sea of Evil, this battlefield is too advantageous to them. This way they will be able to kill you all at the smallest cost. If you all are dispirited, it will fall right into their wishes. Therefore, kill your way out. Even if a single Hegemon escapes, it will be a great loss to them too." Boom. A streak of BLOODY light lit up, flying straight for Yi Yuan. Yu Tian's pupils constricted, a streak of soul force flying straight for the firmament. 2 great Hegemons exchanged blows in an instant. But how terrifying was the attack of Hegemons! That aftershock instantly vaporized Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan!" Yu Tian roared angrily, glaring at Bloodmourn. He still failed to save Yi Yuan in the end. Bloodmourn snorted coldly and said, "A reckless and blind ant actually dared to talk about Hegemons presumptuously. His death isn't regrettable." The Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses were all glaring furiously. An Emperor Cloud Heaven was seriously too weak in such a battle. Even a tiny aftershock was sufficient to kill them several times over too. But Bloodmourn's sneak attack also indirectly proved that Yi Yuan's guesses were completely correct. Sigh, it was a shame that a peerless genius was gone. However, in the next second misty air emerged from the ground. Gradually, it condensed into Yi Yuan's appearance. The eyeballs of everyone present were almost popping out. How is this possible? Yi Yuan actually didn't die? That blow earlier, forget about Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, they would turn to ashes too. His enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly completely erased under that blow. Why didn't he die? The 4 great races looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, full of incredulity. Suffered a Hegemon's blow and actually did not die? Chapter 2957. Great Battle Erupts, Cloud Neon Displays Her Power. Chapter 2957. Great Battle Erupts, Cloud Neon Displays Her Power. Being in such a hurry to kill me, you became angry from embarrassment? Yi Yuan looked at Bloodmourn and said with a light smile. Bloodmourn's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "You're of the imperishable soul physique? There's actually a second imperishable soul physique in this world? This is impossible. Even if it's the imperishable soul physique, you received this seat's blow. It's impossible not to die either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's why I said that you all couldn't kill Hegemon Imperishable. Even a hegemon can't kill me, an emperor cloud heaven. Progenitor imperishable soul body is on a completely different level from me. Even if 3 great supreme hegemons join forces, so what? Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the true imperishable soul physique. Even if died until not even residue remained, you could still revive. This scene made the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses become invigorated at once. It was indeed as Yi Yuan said, the enshrouding mist soul physique could not be killed. Humph! Your measly deceptive trick can deceive others, but do you think that you can hide from this seat? The Nirvanic Soul Clan's methods simply have no way of hiding in front of my soul race. Junyi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan knew that he could not hide it. He did not plan to hide it either. Even Cloud Neon could see through it. How could the hegemons from the soul race not see through it? In reality, Yu Tian and the others had seen through it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm not planning on hiding from anyone. I just want everyone to know how hard it is to destroy the enshrouding mist soul physique. Even if many Emperor Sakura heavens come, so what? With your strength, killing me many times, it will naturally be effortless, but so what? Can you truly kill me? Junyi gave a cold snort but did not speak. Clearly, he could not kill. Yi Yuan continued, You can't kill me, this rookie who just entered Emperor Realm. Then how powerful is Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? If the 3 great supreme hegemons are several realms stronger than him, then there's naturally no problem killing him. It's just a pity that they are the same rank. The eyes of Yu Tian and the rest lit up. They were convinced. Honestly speaking, it was also their first time witnessing what was the true enshrouding mist soul physique. Enshrouding mist soul physique could actually borrow the power of heaven and earth to instantly recover. Such a soul physique, how terrifying was it? No wonder Progenitor Imperishable had experienced countless battles, but could never fall from beginning to end. They knew that back then when Progenitor Imperishable led the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise up, he had fought with the Chi Soul Clan countless times. At that time, he was still not the invincible hegemon Imperishable, but, no matter what means the Chi Soul Clan used, they were unable to kill him. That was how he had this name, Imperishable. Yu Tian drew a deep breath and said, This seat understands. Everyone, listen up. No matter what grudges we had in the past, the biggest goal of all of us from the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is to live. We don't fear death, but we don't treat death lightly. Jining nodded and said, East Soul Region's people, heed my order. Every person that can escape counts as one. As long as we get out of the sea of evil, they won't be able to trap us anymore. Heh, old ghost Yu Tian, didn't expect that this old man, will actually have a day where I join forces with you. North Soul Region's hegemon Wu Wen said. Ha ha ha, this old woman, have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, I've lived enough too. Today, I'll fight it out with this bunch of sons of BITC. He's West Soul Region's leader said. For a moment, everyone who had originally lost their wills actually soared with fighting spirit. Yi Yuan's words had already completely activated them. Bloodmorn was furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The situation that they had meticulously created was actually messed up by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat. What shocked him even more was that the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another true enshrouding mist soul physique appear again after Hegemon Imperishable. Given time, this boy would soar to the sky, and then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would be at the height of its power. Everyone, we can't let a single person off today. Wu Jia, you don't need to take part in the fight anymore. Kill that boy called Yi Yuan at all costs. Bloodmorn said in a solemn voice. Lu, you go too. This boy can't be kept alive. Junyi said with a deep gaze. The Chi Soul Clan was the one that was more apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If the Nirvanic Soul Clan really tided over this calamity, then it would be a grave threat to the Chi Soul Clan in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. The enshrouding mist soul physique was too terrifying. The three great races hegemon realms had a total of 23 people. The numbers were quite a few, but wanting to completely kill 10 great hegemons, the difficulty was still quite high. But even so, they still transferred 2 great hegemons to specially deal with Yi Yuan. It could be seen how much importance they attached to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell into a desperate situation at once. He naturally knew the logic that the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. But this was an opportunity. First of all, if the Nirvanic Soul Clan was really completely wiped out, he would have to die too. Secondly, if he could really bring the Nirvanic Soul Clan out, then Progenitor Imperishable would owe him a huge favor. This would be of great help to him, lending the Purple Ripple umbrella. However, what he could do was also just these. He could only hope that after pulling themselves together, these guys could have a few more of them survive. Cloud Neon, regardless of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai, he's our Nirvanic Soul Clan's benefactor. You escort him out. Tion looked towards Cloud Neon and instructed. Even when facing such a desperate situation, Cloud Neon did not show the slightest expression either. She just nodded her head lightly. But Yi Yuan was speechless for a while. People already sent 2 hegemons to come kill me. You guys were just sending an Emperor Sakura Heaven? Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan rest assured. Cloud Neon's strength is more powerful than you imagine. She'll ensure your safety. Tion said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said solemnly, have a few more survive. Tion laughed loudly and said, don't you worry, the few of us old fellows aren't so easily killed. Let's go. Cloud Neon said coolly, and Yi Yuan rushed out with Cloud Neon in spite of himself. The great battle instantly broke out. Yi Yuan only heard heaven-shocking explosion sounds coming from behind. It was as if the entire abyss was going to be blown apart. The Battle of Tion, this level of powerhouses, was seriously too terrifying. The aftershocks of the battle were naturally extremely terrifying. With the likes of his strength, he could only become cannon fodder. The pitiful G Qian turned to ashes in the instant the great battle erupted. Even if he merged with the origin, it could not save him either. Yi Yuan 2 people were not out of danger. Even if Cloud Neon helped protect him from the vast majority of the force, he still felt like his soul body was going to be scattered. In front of them, there were 7 to 8 origin powerhouses that directly blocked off the 2 people's escape route. Although origin powerhouses were inferior to hegemons, they could virtually be said to be the strongest under hegemons already. It was also that 2 great hegemons issued a certain kill order on Yi Yuan. Therefore, Cloud Neon this side immediately attracted considerable firepower. Dozens of firepower fired over in unison. Yi Yuan felt like the sky was going to collapse. However, amidst the torrential storm, a white beautiful figure strolled over leisurely. A surge of origin power spread out, and Yi Yuan's eyes went wide. Those dozens of unbelievably powerful attacks actually seemed to have grown eyes, brus. Ing past the 2 of them. Amidst the violent storm, it was only to see Cloud Neon point a finger. Terrifying soul force directly stabbed toward the soul race origin powerhouse that was coming head-on like a sharp sword. That origin powerhouse gave a miserable cry and directly turned to ashes. Origin powerhouses were actually not opponents that could last one exchange with her. Chapter 2958. Dream Recollection. Chapter 2958. Dream Recollection, how formidable! Yi Yuan was stunned by Cloud Neon's casual strike. Just earlier, he seemed to have been in a dream. In the dream, dozens of origin attacks completely scattered and disappeared. Those origin powerhouses all had confused looks too. Clearly, they did not know what had happened. It's the Cloud Dream Soul physique. Furthermore, she cultivated dream recollection. You all fell into her dream realm just now. It's impossible to hit her. Everyone leave. Leave this place to the 2 of us. You guys aren't her match. A figure landed. It was precisely the Chi Soul clan's hegemon realm powerhouse, Lu. When those origin powerhouses heart, they were all startled with fear. It's actually the legendary grade Cloud Dream Soul physique. It's said that this soul physique isn't beneath the enshrouding mist soul physique. No wonder it's so formidable. Furthermore, she even cultivated the supreme soul canon, Dream Recollection. She's simply unmatched in the same rank. The Nirvanic Soul Clan is really going to be amazing. An imperishable soul physique and a Cloud Dream Soul physique. Once these two steps into the realm of hegemon, it will simply be our soul race's nightmare. Yi Yuan did not know about the Cloud Dream Soul physique, but he was very clear about Dream Recollection. The soul race's three great sacred canons, Divine Emergence, Dream Recollection, and Extinction, each of them was a powerful to the extreme soul race cultivation method. For the same of these three great soul canons, Chi and Nirvanic, two races, even once had a shocking war erupt before. In the end, the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered countless casualties. Progenitor Imperishable was seriously wounded, before S.N.A.T.C. hing away these three great sacred canons from the hands of the Chi Soul Clan. Dream Recollection. This sacred canon, what it recorded was the method to gain enlightenment on Tao with dreams, comprehending life in dreamland, comprehending heavenly Tao, and finally comprehending origin. Dreaming for 3,000 years, corroborating one's Tao, and gaining enlightenment on longevity. These three great sacred canons could be cultivated regardless by the Nirvanic Soul Clan or the Chi Soul Clan. But Dream Recollection, this cultivation method, was especially suited for the Cloud Dream Soul physique. The Nirvanic Soul Clan once had a peerless heavens chosen appear before, who roamed the contemporary era unobstructed. At that time, he was reputed as the most promising existence to become a supreme hegemon. It was just that, sadly, he made an overly showy display of his ability, and he was plotted against by the Chi Soul Clan and ambushed. In order to kill him, the Chi Soul Clan did not hesitate to mobilize three hegemon realm powerhouses. They did not expect that many years later, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another Cloud Dream Soul physique appear again. Lu looked at Cloud Neon and said with a light smile, "I didn't expect that the siege this time actually still had an unexpected discovery. Imperishable, that old thing, he really hid you too well." Cloud Neon still had an icy cold appearance, disliking to talk. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body started dissipating, turning into nothingness in the end. Cloud Neon was gone. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Are you kidding me? Abandoning me just like that? Have you forgotten what you promised Hegemon Yution?" In just that instant, Yi Yuan could not perceive Cloud Neon's existence anymore. Hegemon Wu Jiao was also stupefied, then immediately burst out laughing and said, "What bulls? Hi+T Cloud Dream Soul Physique, more like it's called Fleeing Soul Physique, right? Kid, since that girlie ran, you can go and die then." A streak of BLOODY light flashed past. Yi Yuan felt like he was going to die. He was still too far away from Hegemon Realm. Boom. Yi Yuan's soul physique was immediately vaporized. Killing Yi Yuan in one blow, Wu Jia said smugly, "Originally, I thought that it would be somewhat troublesome. I didn't expect that it's so simple. What imperishable soul physique, Cloud Dream Soul physique. All simply too weak to withstand a single blow." Lu smiled and said, "While these two great soul physiques are formidable, their strength is too weak. To the likes of us, they are merely ant-like existences. But if we allow them to grow unchecked, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Since this side has already been settled, let's hurry over and help Lord Bloodmorn they all then. That side is of the utmost priority." Wu Jia nodded, and the two people turned around and left. Over at the other side, the Battle of Hegemons had already entered a white-hot stage. The likes of Yu Tian were all top powerhouses among hegemon realms. Their battle was virtually SMAs. HI plus ing the abyss apart. However, the Nirvanic Soul Clan indeed had greatly diminished combat power in this sea of evil. Plus, their numbers were not many, and signs of decline already appeared. With 3 races joining forces, the combat power was extraordinary. But right at this time, Lu's figure suddenly came to a stop, as if he was petrified. Wu Jia's brows furrowed and he said, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu's expression changed and he said, "Not good. We were duped. Brother Wu Jia, chase after them." Finished saying, he ignored Wu Jia, his figure turning around and immediately tearing across the air. Wu Jia had a confused look, not knowing what this Lu was going crazy over. But he still followed. "Brother Lu, what on earth happened?" Wu Jia caught up to Lu and could not resist asking. "We fell into that girl's dream realm just now," Lu said. "Dream realm? How is this possible? A mere Emperor Sakra heaven can use dream realm to deceive the two of us at the same time? Let alone that there are so many peak hegemons fighting over there, how can it be what she, a measly little Emperor Sakra heaven, can simulate?" Wu Jia said in disapproval. Lu Daoi had a solemn expression as he said, "Half awake and half dreaming, that is when it's the hardest to distinguish. Plus just now, she perfectly merged dreamland together with reality. Therefore, even if it's you and I, it's hard to detect too. If not for the dream realm dissipating just now, revealing a trace of extremely subtle undulation, even if it's this seat, it's hard to detect it too. This girl's cloud dream soul physique has probably already Serpa, as said the Menglan of back then. Luckily, she's just Emperor Sakra heaven. If she stepped into the realm of hegemon, even if you and I died in the dreamland, it will be difficult to detect too." With this, Wu Jian was shocked. If what Lu said was true, then it was really too terrifying. The dream realm set up by an Emperor Sakra heaven, he actually did not detect it in the slightest. "I really didn't expect that you, this woman, are icy cold, but you're actually so strong." Yi Yuan marveled. When he revived from the dead, Yi Yuan felt that it was magical. That kind of feeling was too real. The dreamland that this woman set up actually made 2 great hegemon realms unable to detect it in the least bit. Then, she brought him away from under the 2 of their hands unknown to G.O.D.S. or Ghost. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience, and felt that his willpower was extremely strong. Plus, he had cultivated the divine emergence. Nothing could bewitch his mind. But this time, he sucked. Yumbed. Dream is born from the heart. It's no idea how many levels higher than an illusory reel. You're not facing my spell, but facing your own heart. Although you cultivate divine emergence, your strength is too low. Falling into the dreamland is also within reason. After you reach my realm, I naturally won't be able to waver your heart. Yi Yuan was surprised. This woman was actually explaining things to him? But, thinking about it, he felt at ease too. His words saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, reducing this woman's enmity toward him. But this Cloud Dream Soul physique was really strong. Yi Yuan thought that hegemon Yu Tian being apprehensive of Cloud Neon previously was because her background was strong, and she even had some connections to hegemon imperishable. But looking at it now, it was not necessarily so. Once this woman broke through to hegemon realm, it was very likely that she could have Yu Tian's level of strength. Coupled with her powerful soul physique, as well as dream recollection, no matter how strong Yu Tian was, he probably could not do anything to Cloud Neon too. The 2 people were extremely fast, looking as if they were about to fly out of the sea of evil. But right at this time, an azure and a red, 2 incredibly powerful attacks, suddenly tore across the air and arrived. Cloud Neon's 10,000-year unchanging face also changed drastically at this time. Her palm thrust out, Yi Yuan's figure flew out of the sea of evil involuntarily. While her aura skyrocketed, turning around to meet those two powerful attacks. Boom! Cloud Neon's soul body smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. Two figures appeared. Who could it be if not Wu Jia and Lu? Wu Jia smiled lightly and said, "It's still Brother Lu who's formidable, seeing through this girl's dream realm. Otherwise, the two of them would really have escaped." Chapter 2959. Mutual Destruction. Chapter 2959. Mutual Destruction. Lu looked at the heavily injured Cloud Neon and said with a smile, "You didn't expect that we saw through it so quickly, right? Although you're extremely talented, you can never underestimate a hegemon realm powerhouse." Cloud Neon had a frosty look as she said, "Your Chi Soul clan is asking a tiger for its skin. You'll ultimately taste the disastrous consequences." Wu Jia smiled and said, "That's just your one-sided Wisconsin H. Plus your Nirvanic Soul clan claims to be of the same ancestry and root as the Soul race. But actually, the ones with the same ancestry and root are us. We're both Chaos races. We're paramount existences. Our Chaos races should rule the heavens in the first place. You all, these Nirvanic Soul clan members, are merely some ghosts of small importance. What right do you all have to sit on equal footing as us?" Lu seemed to have seen through Cloud Neon's intention and said coolly, "Don't think about buying time. You know that a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if you let him escape for 2 hours, it will also be a matter of an instant for us to catch up to him. Hegemon realm powerhouses, shattering the barrier of heavens and crossing worlds were a walk in the park. Catching up to a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was naturally effortless. Their auras had already locked onto Yiyuan. Yiyuan could not escape at all. Suddenly, Wu Jia's and Lu's expressions changed. They actually lost the locking on Yiyuan's aura. A hint of astonishment was revealed in the two persons' eyes. How could a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven possibly escape their aura locking? "Brother Wu Jia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Leave this girlie to me," Lu said in a solemn voice. Wu Jia nodded his head. His figure moved, chasing out of the sea of evil. Lu's gaze turned cold, origin power blooming, charging over toward Cloud Neon. Facing Cloud Neon, even if Lu was an hegemon realm powerhouse, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest too. It was because he knew that the Cloud Dream Soul physique back then killed a hegemon under the besiegement of 3 great hegemons. Therefore, he chose to sneak attack when Cloud Neon 2 people lowered their guard just now. Otherwise, for a dignified hegemon realm powerhouse to actually sneak attacking an Emperor Sakura Heaven, he could not do it even if he was beaten to death. Too humiliating. But right now, Cloud Neon's injuries were extremely severe. It was much easier for him to deal with her. Cloud Neon's expression turned cold, dozens of origin power emerging from her body at once. Lu's pupils constricted, drawing a cold breath. 3,000 great Daos, it's born in dreams. Indeed well deserving of being the Cloud Dream Soul physique. You La's actually already comprehended so many origins. Looks like you want to comprehend 9 by 9, 81 origins, blasting open the door of eternal life in one stroke, reaching the ranks of peak hegemon. Impressive. Truly impressive. But sadly you don't have the chance, Lu said with a loud laugh. Door of eternal life was not just a shackle. It was similarly a Civ lucky chance. By opening the door of eternal life, the origin comprehended in Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm would have a tremendous understanding, making one's strength have a qualitative leap. Therefore, many geniuses were not in a hurry to knock open the door of eternal life in Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm, but comprehending origin as much as possible. Because after entering Hegemon Realm, each origin comprehended would spend countless time. The origin that Emperor Sakura Heavens comprehended was like the end of a thread. The power was not strong. But the function of the door of eternal life was to pull this loose thread out, becoming a long rope. One could at most comprehend 81 origin powers in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. However, achieving 81 origin powers, it was just a legend. Those likely Clearcloud, who could comprehend 9 origins, were already extremely monstrous. But now, Cloud Neon poured out dozens of origins at once. It could be seen how strong she was. However, Lu was merely just shocked. That was all. The Chi Soul clan was born from chaos and had a natural understanding of origin. This hegemon realm, had already comprehended 10 origins. Although in terms of Tai, he could not compare to Cloud Neon this kind of genius. But in terms of quality, he had an overwhelming advantage. Boom. Cloud Neon bore her heavy injuries and had a frontal confrontation with Lu. The two people each flew out backward. Lu was struck dumb with amazement, looking at Cloud Neon with a look of shock, full of disbelief. An hegemon realm, was actually evenly matched with Cloud Neon. This is impossible. How did you do it? Lu said in shock. Cloud Neon said in a cold voice, "The strength of the Cloud Dream Soul physique isn't what you can imagine. The Chi Soul clan boasts that you are a chaos race, then how much do you understand? The two of you great hegemons, I'll naturally have some fear. But, if it's just you alone, I might not lose to you." Lu said in rage, "I don't believe that I can't take care of you, this little girl, today." Under his violent rage, an even stronger soul force released with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. The hegemon level battle made even the void tremble. Although the scale of their fight could not compare to Yu Tian and the rest, it was also extremely fearsome. However, Lu discovered to his astonishment that Cloud Neon's strength was seriously too strong. He unleashed all of his abilities, and could not defeat his opponent too. In a blink, he already sustained serious injuries. Of course, Cloud Neon was not much better than him. At this time, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. However, the more this was the case, the more Lu knew that he could not let Cloud Neon off. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Chi Soul clan. Hegemon Imperishable could not be killed. If Cloud Neon became a hegemon and appeared, then all of the Chi Soul clan's glory would be trampled underfoot. Hence, he started risking his life. Executing one move after another, he planned on draining Cloud Neon to death at the risk of his soul body being seriously injured. Boom! With another heaven-shocking move, Lu fell to the ground with a loud bang. His soul body was already extremely dim and not far from death anymore. However, seeing that Cloud Neon was similarly seriously injured and on the verge of death, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. You're finally still going to die," Lu said with a smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his eyes full of astonishment. Because his opponent, Cloud Neon, actually changed. He blinked his eyes hard, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. But he discovered to his dismay that there was no mistake. Right now, the one lying opposite was not Cloud Neon but Wu Jia. Lu shuddered. His feeble soul body actually started trembling. Ji got tricked. He actually fell into a dreamland again. Furthermore, he and Wu Jia actually fought until they were mutually defeated in the dreamland? And no way, right? When did he fall into a dream realm? Furthermore, this time, he was already prepared. How could an exalted hegemon realm possibly fall so deep into a dream realm and not detect it in the slightest too? Lu felt his entire body turned icy cold. This Cloud Dream Soul physique, coupled with the dream recollection, were really too terrifying. Two great hegemons actually fought until they were seriously injured on the verge of death before suddenly waking up from the dream. Why is it you? How can it be you? This is impossible. Who I was fighting against was clearly that boy. Not far away, Wu Jia's unwilling angry roar also came over. At this time, two figures appeared quietly. Lu's pupils constricted. These two people were precisely Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon. It was just that Cloud Neon's soul body was currently faint. Clearly, she had sustained heavy wounds too. However, it was merely just being heavily wounded. She was not in danger of dying. But he and Wu Jia were different. It was effortless for Cloud Neon to kill the two of them now. It was over. Completely over. How could this be? Chapter 2960. Failing on the verge of complete success. Chapter 2960. Failing on the verge of complete success. I didn't expect that executing divine emergence and dream recollection at the same time would actually be so powerful. Yi Yuan looked at the two great hegemons, who were seriously injured on the verge of death, and had a rueful look too. Just now, at the critical moment, the two people instinctively used divine emergence and dream recollection. The two people's soul forces integrated together and actually unleashed an effect that far surpassed the two people's strength. It was also that Cloud Neon's reaction was extremely fast. She made use of the favorable situation to push matters through with little effort, dragging the two of them into a dreamland along with the two great hegemons' attacks. These two great hegemons were actually completely unaware. However, Cloud Neon being seriously injured was real. And this was also the lure that activated the dream realm. In that moment, the dreamland completely erupted, and the two great hegemons caught deeply in it. The two great hegemons fell into the dream realm and thought that their opponent was Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, but it was simply the other party. All the way until the two people suffered mutual defeat. It seemed simple, but to make two great hegemon realm powerhouses fight all the way until impending death before breaking away from the dream realm, that was virtually unimaginable. This was especially true, considering that it was also under the circumstances that Lu was on the alert. Although Yi Yuan's divine emergence was weak, his soul force was like a catalyst, strengthening the dreamland countless times when it encountered Cloud Neon's dream recollection. Cloud Neon's dream realm was extremely powerful to begin with. When there was this catalyzing effect, even two great hegemons fell for the trick unknowingly. It's not just due to these two great sacred cannons. Just now, the two of our soul forces actually produced a resonance. This is the most important thing, Cloud Neon said. Recalling that miraculous feeling just now, Yi Yuan could not help nodding. At that moment earlier, his soul force and Cloud Neon's soul force actually produced a resonant effect. It was not just Cloud Neon. His soul force skyrocketed too. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Hearing these two people's words, the two great hegemons only felt that they had died so unjustly. Soul force resonance. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Something that made no sense actually tricked two great hegemons to death. One had to know that even though the two of them were far from being strong, they were not weaklings among hegemon realms too. Both Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon did not expect that they would actually suck. UMB just like that. Cloud Neon did not give these two people a chance, directly making a move, killing the two great hegemons. Two great hegemon realm powerhouses died at the hands of two juniors, just like that. Alright, you can go, Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You want to go back? Cloud Neon nodded and said, Lord W. A.N. Ji Ning's kindness towards me is as weighty as a mountain. I can't watch him die. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'm going to save Progenitor Imperishable. Do you want to come along? Cloud Neon gave him a glance, being rather surprised, and she said, Progenitor Imperishable is being besieged by three great supreme hegemons. With your bit of strength, going will be courting death too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That might not be the case. If the three of them want to trap Progenitor Imperishable, they will definitely have to pay an immense price. After coming out of the seven-colored pag. Oh, I can feel that Progenitor Imperishable is very strong. Extremely strong. Perhaps we have an opportunity to exploit. Cloud Neon frowned and said, This has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to go and save Progenitor Imperishable? Yi Yuan said, Haven't you always been curious about what my objective is? Actually, my objective is progenitor imperishable. I need the purple ripple umbrella. Why? Cloud Neon was incomparably surprised in her heart. This journey was too dangerous. One had to know that the ones besieging progenitor imperishable were 3 of the 33 heavens' topmost existences. Even if there was really an opportunity to exploit, they could huff you to death with a puff of breath. This fellow actually dared to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk about it again on the way. If we still don't go, we won't be able to leave anymore. Now is the best time to go and save progenitor imperishable. If the 3 great forces discover that this can't be done, they might gather all of their forces to deal with progenitor imperishable. At that time, wanting to save him will be as hard as ascending to heaven. Go!" Cloud Neon made a prompt decision. 4 hours later, several figures tore across S.P.A.C. and arrived. The person in front was precisely Bloodmorn. His expression was very ugly. The plan completely failed. Although the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it did not hurt their foundation. Of the 5 great regions' leaders, only North Soul Region's hegemon died. Although Yu Tian, W. A.N. Jining, and the rest suffered serious injuries, they killed their way out of the encirclement in the end. Of the 10 great hegemons, they only held 3 behind. The other 7 all escaped. Bloodmorn was currently bringing people to hunt Yu Tian down. On the one hand, it was because Yi Yuan's words gave them fighting spirit. On the other hand, it was also Yi Yuan 2 people's appearance that scattered their fighting power. What was even more d.a.m. Nable was that 4 hours had passed, and Wu Jia and Lu actually still had not returned. Suddenly, Bloodmorn's figure stopped and he said, "Stop!" Beside him, another blood race hegemon's expression changed and he said, "Lord Bloodmorn, this is Wu Jia's aura. There's also the Chi Soul Clan's Lu." Bloodmorn's expression was heavy, and he nodded his head. As a peak hegemon, his perception was extremely acute. Upon arriving here, he felt a wisp of aura, which was left behind by Wu Jia and Lu. They had just died. The aura of origin had not dissipated yet. Tumultuous waves were set off in Bloodmorn's heart. 2 great hegemons chased after an origin Emperor Sakra Heaven, an Emperor Cloud Heaven, and they actually all died? How is this possible? They actually all died? That hegemon cried out in alarm. 2 hegemons died at once. This was absolutely a major shocking thing. Each hegemon was extremely precious. Counting the 2 hegemons that died during the besiegement, they had 4 hegemons die at once in this battle. This mortality rate was actually even greater than that of the Nirvanic Soul Clans. Wu Jia 2 people's demise also made this besiegement battle become a complete and utter joke. 3 factions mobilized 23 hegemons. The casualty was actually even higher than the Nirvanic Soul Clan that was caught off guard. If the 3 great supreme hegemons knew about it, they would probably fly into a thunderous rage. What? Hegemon Wu Jia and Hegemon Lu actually both fell? How is this possible? That Cloud Dream Soul Physique is actually so strong? She's just Origin Emperor Sakra Heaven, and she could actually kill 2 hegemons already? Really d.a.m.n. Our battle was a complete failure. When those Origin powerhouses heard the exclamations of the hegemons, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the battle situation would actually turn out like this. Bloodmorn shook his head and said, "Although that loss is formidable, it's absolutely impossible to kill Wu Jia they all. Something that we don't know must have happened during this. It's just that no matter what, things are already very serious now. Putting aside Yu Tian they all, 1 Cloud Dream Soul Physique, 1 Imperishable Soul Physique. These 2 juniors are too dangerous." The others felt the same too. No matter what had transpired, 2 great hegemons had indeed died. Even if the war had been fought until now, Not many hegemon realms had died too. But today, so many had actually fallen all at once. What worried Bloodmorn the most was still Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. No matter what, they already had the means to kill hegemon realms. This was terrifying,